He's a degenerate gambler.
You are a smelly pirate hooker.
And he's cheaper than oxygen.
He's useless.
But somehow, they make it work. Jeremy Greene, Tank Spencer. There's no holding back in the Sportsocracy, presented by Ingles Supermarkets.
Are we live now?
Yeah,
Are we live?
I don't know. It keeps doing things that it's not supposed to do.
Oh, welcome everybody into the Sportsocracy Fantasy Football Quarter Marathon.
6 hours where we can say boobs. Let's go.
You're really pushing that envelope to start out here.
Yeah. And for it keeps doing stop doing that.
For those of you who are confused about what was happening on the screen, there was no audio trying to be played. Just every now and then I would look over as he's getting all of the things ready to go. And we're on the screen again. Why is it happening?
Well, because here's the thing. We have rankings and all the things that are supposed to flip on the screen automatically, and now it's possessed my computer by fucking Satan. So I don't know. I don't know why it's happening.
We are glad.
I think I stopped it. Not sure.
We're glad that you are in with us here. Hopefully you can stick around with us for all 6 hours of the quarter marathon here in the Sportsocracy. If you can't, we understand. We'll be answering your fantasy questions all throughout the program today.
Yes, all your questions, all of them. But we do need to start with one thing.
Yeah.
Your entries to battle for the belt. Those need to be done on PayPal. You can super chat your questions. You can super chat anything you want to, and we greatly appreciate those things. Your entries go to pay for the belt, and your super chats take a while to get there, and I have to stripe them a check like tomorrow. So, and it's also a pain in the whole ass to try to look at 3 different lists. So.
We got the links to get in on the Battle for the Belt competition in the description of the video. Play with us all season long. Now, there are 2 ways to win, and there are 2 belts now, because I still maintain that Jeremy was so upset he had to give Michael Meadows the belt last year that he had to come up with another contest to try to make sure he gets one.
I just found new ways for you to potentially win. We also have another announcement of another way that you can win with us, fixing a problem from last year.
Michael Meadows, the reigning champ of the standard DFS competition. The new Eliminator Challenge will have its own belt as well. You have to explain this because you keep explaining it to me, and I'm still not sure I understand.
The Eliminator?
Yeah.
It's a very basic tenet. You get to use any player in the NFL for your DraftKings lineups 3 times. We will play to week 17 because week 18 is stupid. And you can use Pat Mahomes. If you want to use him the first 3 weeks, knock yourself out. Can't use him again. Mm-hmm. And you will get a list every week of the players you can't use. So it's strategery. It's just like a survivor pool. Yeah, you can use Kansas City in week 1, and you're probably going to win.
Yep.
If you keep using good teams, you're going to get to week 15 and go, awesome, I have to pick the Bears now.
If you're just joining us, you want to share this out with your friends as well. Be sure to hit that subscribe button. Tell them to do the same. Like the video, share it out with your friends as well. Again, 6 hours of non-stop content here for the Fantasy Football Quarter Marathon. So how do we get involved in these? The links are in the description of the YouTube video. We also have QR codes and actionable links on the sportsocracy.com front page.
QR codes are also on the screen of this here stream.
Yep. Your donations going to a great cause. Our good friends over at Eblen Charities, we are once again and will always support the St. Nicholas Project. Each and every year, donations, proceeds going to Eblen Charities for that. Last year, 1,200 families were provided holiday gifts for nearly 3,000 kids in the local area. That's why we do this.
Last year, I was with the heads of Eblen last week, and they told me that we were the biggest cash donation that they got all year. And this year, we're trying to double it. So, That is, if you wonder why we say these things, it's because we have a lot of bells and whistles. There are a lot of things that go into this year's contest that didn't necessarily go into last year's. Yes, you still do come out with a belt. We're going to do a lot of content. And this year we have the Mullet Man, the Canadan, and the Georgia Fan.
The Georgia Fan, okay.
Ultimate Draft Kit. The first part of that is going out today. And that is thanks to our buddy Armchair Commentary, who will be live with us sometime around 4:30 Eastern time today. So I'll give you the basic tenets of all these things. This is all of our draft strategy mixed into one. So you will be able to see exactly how I, Tank, and Armchair draft our teams. You'll have things that I've never seen anywhere else. There's a lot of, you always call it three-dimensional chess of how I draft. Mm-hmm. And I'll give you an example. If you take Alvin Kamara, any idiot knows you should probably take Jamal Williams. What you don't know is that there are several running backs that if you take Alvin Kamara and you take Jamal Williams, that you optimize your team by taking them as well. That don't play on the same team. Their schedules line up. There are a couple different layers to it.
So, like when the first guys get tougher matchups, the other guys got easy matchups.
Yes. So if you play the Jets or the Patriots or somebody like that, you're looking for a running back that in those weeks plays, I don't know, the Texans or another team that can't stop the run. We have done all of those things for you. The kit we will be unveiling it over the course of the next 2 weeks, but the opening part comes out today. And it's a Discord server that you can talk to us anytime you want to. You can ask your fantasy questions, any of those things. And if you're in the battle for the belt, you signed up for the Ultimate Draft, or anything that, if you have contributed to any of our charitable causes, you get this for free.
Yep.
So we're just going to give it to you. If you don't want to contribute to the charitable causes, you can pay $20 for it. I mean, I hate to break this to you, but guess where that money goes? Same place.
Yeah.
So you might as well just get into the fantasy contest, but if you don't want to, we get it. And your questions over the course of the year. If, let's say, One Nation Underground has a start-sit question that he wants discussed, we're not just going to answer it for you. We're going to put out 1-minute reels over the course of the year answering your questions. And Armchair said the Discord's free, but the exclusive content is for those that are contributing. Mm-hmm. And that's how the Ultimate Fantasy Draft Kit works.
Yep. Once again, those donations, the proceeds from those donations going to Eblen Charities St. Nicholas Project. We still have tickets available for the Ultimate Fantasy Draft Experience.
We do. We will be drafting that in 5 days. And it's at the rate of hubris, it's going to be a fun time, and not just for whoever wins it. It's the more we go down this rabbit hole, the more it's looking like it's just going to be a great big ass party.
Yep.
Because that seems to be what everybody tells me is, if I win it, I want to do it at the porch, and you invite all the listeners. I've had 4 different people tell me something in that general vicinity. Mm-hmm. So I will tell you, if you choose to do it at the porch, we've been given free reign of that place.
Awesome.
For any Sunday between now and the beginning of the football season.
The grand prize, obviously a live fantasy draft hosted by us. You get the red carpet treatment for the league, and we'll stream the draft online here on the Sportsocracy channel. Our buddies from the Dude Takes podcast are still scheduled to join us.
Yes, I talked to Zach day before yesterday.
Excellent. And we will be drawing the winner, as Jeremy said, 5 days from today. Now,
we have our. Hold on, hold on.
Wait.
You talk for a minute. I gotta get my buttons. I forgot I took this to Panthers camp yesterday. By the way, all those of you that are saying R.I.P. Jets camp, nope, we were there.
No, yeah, they went yesterday. They hung out and had a great old time. And I tried to tell you. You Jeremy kept talking all this smack and talking down and all of that when I was talking about the start of Hard Knocks on Tuesday's show.
Watched it twice.
I don't care about Hard Knocks. That's a stupid show. I don't care. The last time I watched it was when the Jets were on. And then you watched the opening episode and proceeded to stay up all night like a little boy on Christmas waiting to meet your favorite player.
Yep, watched
Mr.
it twice.
Aaron Rodgers.
Also saw Aaron Rodgers throwing off his back foot 60 yards and dropping in a bucket that was about as big as my fat ass. So, Super Bowl, let's go!
Yeah. I really enjoyed the first episode of the Hard Knocks, and I got a feeling there is going to be a lot of Jets on my fantasy teams this year.
Based off what I said, yesterday was not a great day.
Well, the offense struggled against the defense, I heard.
The Panthers' defense is pretty good. Mm-hmm. That was my takeaway. Jets have some line problems. Dwayne Brown's not playing yet. Am I overly worried about it? No. I mean, look, it's not my first time at a camp. It's my first time at a Jets camp, and it's my first time looking at a quarterback going, oh, good God, is he good?
Yeah.
So.
Which we all know Aaron Rodgers is going to be. And as Rob Salah said it in the opening episode of the Hard Knocks on HBO and Max, we got a target on our backs now. It's up to us to perform, and Aaron Rodgers makes us legitimate contenders. And I think you'd have to have an IQ below salad dressing to believe the opposite, to believe that they don't have a chance this year.
Look, they're a good team. They're a good team. I felt good. Felt real good. It's also nice to take my dad as my photographer. If you follow me on social media, I made a post about why you should always support a child in their dreams. Mm-hmm. I might have cried.
Yeah,
might have been real drunk when I cried, but it happened.
Best part of the first episode of Hard Knocks. We've been asked to discuss this in the chat. So real quick, your favorite part.
Robert Saleh made me want to run through a brick wall with his opening speech.
Okay.
Nathaniel,
with the eagle and the crows,
yes.
the tale of the eagle and the crow.
Yes. Nathaniel Hackett is, and now I'm basing this off Hard Knocks and the fact that I saw Nat Hackett yesterday. Mm-hmm. He is a funny damn dude, and I feel much better about the offense than watching them play the pylon game and attributing it to basketball.
Yeah. You got to do the psych out.
Yeah, I didn't really get the gold member thing. Like, that movie's 20 freaking years old. But Sloan Jordan said Tanzel Smart butchering the English language. Yes, a shark coochie board. I don't know what a shark coochie is, but that's a thing that he did.
I must have missed that.
They were talking about going. I can't remember. I think it was Solomon Thomas that was trying to take him to Broadway.
Yeah.
And he said, I want to have one of those shark coochie boards. And Solomon Thomas, who went to Stanford, by the way, just looked at him like, are you stupid? Because I think you might be stupid.
To me, best part of it, because I say this every time we talk about Hard Knocks, the beginning of the season always begins when I hear Liev Schreiber's voice.
The voice of God.
And when Liev Schreiber showed up in the fucking helicopter at training camp, that was awesome.
That was pretty sweet.
And you should have known. You should have known that they were going to do that when Aaron Rodgers, the first thing he was asked about doing Hard Knocks was he wanted to meet the voice of God. And then the voice of God showed up, and I just love that guy. I love everything he's ever done.
I do think, Sloan Jordan said, when he said, I should have ironed my shirt.
I should have ironed my shirt.
That was also quite funny.
I wanted to drive, but they told me to take the helicopter, but I should have ironed the shirt.
Okay, so this is our first one of these of the day, and I really hope I don't butcher your name. Oh, no. Hold on. And of course, first one of the day, you got to screw it up.
Hey!
And there we go. Charles Froelich. I hope I said that wrong. Please tell me if I didn't. He is officially in the battle for the belt.
Nice.
Anybody that does that over the course of the day, you will get up on the screen. And for those of you that have already signed up, we didn't forget about you, I promise. We will have there is a shirt that anybody that's in the $50 tier or above, you will get a shirt that our buddies at Showtime Sports are doing for us that will have all of your names, all of the sponsors, and there's a goat. It's a goat. It's on the belt. So if you saw the belt last year, there was a 2022 GOAT.
Yes.
Well, this year there is another GOAT that is it's a slightly more souped-up GOAT than it was before.
Interesting.
And now that GOAT will be on the shirts for the Battle for the Belt.
Does the goat have hands like the pig from Family Guy?
Oink! No, it does not.
It should.
Yeah, it's not a genetically altered goat. It's
it absolutely should.
It's just it's a goat. Whoever wins it will be the GOAT, and we are very excited about Battle for the Belt. And Charles Froelich is the first one to get in today.
Indeed. If you want to follow Charles down that path, all of the links are in the description of this YouTube video, and of course posted on the front page of the sportsocracy.com. We get a super chat.
I'm your huckleberry.
From Gage Camplin.
One of our resident candidates.
Yep. Says football season is upon us, gents. Gets the juices flowing, if you know what I mean. Jeremy, what is your biggest concern for the Jets this season?
Injuries. Straight up. After spending a day at camp with them yesterday, the third string is, well, they're not great. Andrew Dalton just demolished them. And now you got to understand, there were a lot of reports that, Mekhi Becton got eviscerated by Brian Burns. I was standing right beside Brian Burns the entire time. Yes, he did have a tremendous move. Mekhi Becton was pretty good. He also ran with twos. Mm-hmm. My biggest fear with the Jets is injuries. You know, I think this team's really good. They were a lot of fun yesterday. And I'm not look, it was fun. This team is fun. Mm-hmm. I know none of you believe me when I say this. This season's already a win for me.
Okay.
It is.
I mean, it's changed the entire tenor around the organization.
My father and I were at Jet Panther joint practices yesterday, and we commented this is like the Beatles. I mean, there were 11,000 ticket requests for joint practices yesterday. Mm-hmm. Do you know what the most the Panthers have ever had before was?
No,
just a shade over 8,000.
Okay,
it's what changed. Oh, Aaron Rodgers showed up.
Yeah.
So for me, the build-up and the actually going into the season with hope. I haven't gone into a season with hope, and I couldn't tell you how long. And
since Rex, probably since Rex took you to the first one, and
that
then
first year with
season,
Todd Bowles, I had hope, and then I quickly realized, oh yeah, you're a fucking moron.
Hate that guy.
That's your coach. It's good for you.
NFL, not for long.
Correct. So I mean, look, I'm very excited about where things are, and I'm ready to get going. Ricky AA asked who wins tonight. I believe I can conjure up a banger for you for Texans, Patriots, Vikings, Seahawks.
Work on that. That should. Ugh.
Oh, let's see. I'm just checking the lines because I haven't looked. Houston is a 4-point favorite. I would lean the New England side on that. New England's plus 154 to win. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I know that they have, C.J. Stroud playing. I don't think he's going to play that much. Then Davis Mills comes in and sucks because that's what he does. Bailey Zapp probably plays the first half. Mac Jones is not playing tonight from what I understand. And I would go over the 375 or the 37.5. The hell was that?
375.
375. Don't go over 3. If you can get 375, you go aggressively under on that shit. Okay.
I put the house on it.
Hell yeah, bet your soul on under 375.
No doubt.
And then the Vikings, Seahawks. The back end of Minnesota's roster is awful, so I would lean Seahawks minus 3.5. And over the 35.
Preseason football, I tend to go to scheme rather than anything.
The worse your team is for the 2023 season, the more you should bet them in the preseason. There are only a few examples of that don't serve to be true. I had a scout tell me this a long time ago. If the back end of your roster is good, it's because you had a lot of priority undrafted free agents that thought they could make your roster. That means your starters suck. Mm-hmm. So bad teams will be better from 60 to 90 than a good team is 60 to 90 because the best players go, I'm not making that roster anyway.
Right. They're like the Cleveland Browns. pulling the second half comeback against your Jets in the Hall of Fame game.
That means nothing.
Nothing. It means absolutely nothing because none of those guys are going to be starters or legitimate role players. Maybe there's some role players.
Jets players that actually make the roster, they're at 13-0. So
yes.
I figure now's as good a time as any to start in on some questions because we've gotten a slew of them.
Okay.
Let me make sure I don't miss any backwards here. Gage Camplin Jeremy still hadn't hired an audio engineer.
I'm your huckleberry.
Correct. You know why? Because those people expect to be paid.
Is the audio messed up, or was that from the beginning?
No, it was from the beginning.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. Notorious B.I.G. asked to you, do you start Baker or Kyle?
No, I think he's asking, do we start me or Baker or Kyle?
Oh, no. Athletically, I've seen him. He's as bad as Baker Mayfield and Kyle Trask are. It's still not as unathletic as Tank.
I still believe that it's Kyle. I don't feel like you pick up anything starting Baker Mayfield other than the chance to maybe win 7 games. Right, and that's not what I'm in it for. I'm in it for the high draft pick next year. Let's go, Kyle Trask. I mean, there's no shot to me that over 17 games, Kyle Trask is going to prove that he needs to be the starter of this team over a guy that they could get at the top of the draft. I mean, I could see us winning enough games to get like the 5th pick and then have to trade up with Arizona for one of those picks. We'll have to give up future assets to get it. But in the end, hopefully it'll be worth it. You'll hit the franchise quarterback, and then you can move on from there.
Fantasy football-wise, neither.
Neither.
And Stephen Westbrooks, who is a great listener of the show and sends me many things on Twitter, and I appreciate that greatly. I'm saying this for him because he said it to me multiple times. Could you possibly stop with the Mike Evans thing? Because you're just hammered drunk on Mike Evans. Mm-hmm. You do get he doesn't have a quarterback, right?
Mm-hmm. I do.
Okay. Just make sure.
He's still going to have a solid season.
Yeah, but you keep saying he's going to be a 1,000-yard receiver and blah, 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 blah,
He'll be damn close to it if he doesn't get that mark.
Well, okay. Now, here would be where I go with that. Do you know how many receivers had 1,000 yards last year?
18.
You're too low.
There you go.
It's 22.
Yeah. I'm not saying he's going to be a top 10 wide receiver. I feel like I've been seeing Mike Evans. He's left off of all of the lists as, one of the best wide receivers in the league, and he's going in like the 9th round of drafts. And to me, that's absolute no doubt value in the 9th round.
And with a quarterback that bad, I don't see it because your quarterback situation sucks.
That it does. Let's see. Sloan Jordan here says he made Najee his first pick last year and got burned. He said, is he stupid if he does it again?
You don't have to. Najee's not going that high. Mm-hmm. So that's the thing. You got to remember, when you go into drafts, you're not – everything's not in a vacuum. You're competing against 11 other people or 9 other people, or if you're a real glutton for punishment like me, 21 other people. Yes, I'm in a 22-team league. Waivers gets real fun. So you got to understand, Najee burned a lot of people last year. And so in terms of ADP, I have no problem with taking him in the 2nd round. Mm-hmm. I just don't think I have to take him any higher than that. I mean, right now his ADP, according to Fantasy Pros, is 26.5. So he's actually going in the 3rd round a lot. Mm-hmm. I would say if I got the first pick and I could go Bijan, Najee Harris, or even that's a situation where I might go Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase and then grab Najee Harris, feeling pretty good that I could get him at the end of the 2nd round.
Mm-hmm. Sloan Jordan also followed up later with that he would happily drive up for a draft when we do the ultimate fantasy draft if he's invited.
100%.
And he said he will drive up from Winston-Salem to come here. And yes, this is him grubbing for an invite.
Yes,
you are invited.
You're all. If you can hear the sound of my voice right now, you're invited.
Right.
All right, straight up. We're doing things for charity here. That's the goal. We have some really good partners on this. One of them being the Village Porch that we already talked about. That's one that ain't nobody going to spend a great amount of money, because there's going to be a credit card that the vast majority of it goes on. That would be my credit card, because I want the miles. But, I mean, look, there's a lot of things that go into it. Well, we're planning on that being a great big reprehensible party.
Yes.
So you all have an open invite to that.
Indeed. The door is always open for our staunchest of supporters.
Hold on. We have another one of these.
Yep.
I'm your huckleberry.
Super Chats always jump in line. And if they're paid, they jump firstest in line. Our buddy Armchair Commentary that'll be joining us later on today said, sneak peek at my draft rankings. Mike Evans isn't in my top 40.
You're doing it wrong.
Is he though?
Yeah.
All right. So let me just look to my rankings, and I will tell you, Mike Evans his rank starts with a 3, as does his buddy Chris Godwin. Mm-hmm. Just guys I have behind him. There are a few that I look at and go, you could be better than that. I don't think that's that untoward.
Okay, who are they?
All right, now I'm trying not to release rankings because it's 6 out. Got a long way to go here, folks. Like, I got Kadarius Toney in the 40s. Do I see a possibility that he's better than Mike Evans? Oh, you damn right I do.
Possibly, yeah.
Quentin Johnson. Do I see a path he's better than Mike Evans?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Juju Smith-Schuster. Yeah, I see a path he's better than Mike Evans.
Okay.
He's number one receiver in an offense that's going to be better than it was last year. And your quarterback is Baker freaking Mayfield.
Okay.
He gets so mad.
I'm not mad.
Defending his guy, Mike
I'm not
Evans.
mad. You're wrong, but I'm not mad.
He gets so mad.
You can be wrong if you want to.
He gets so mad.
The end of the season, we'll take stock, barring injury. And if he plays a full season, I guarantee you.
Well, and there is a great shot that, Kyle Trask or Baker Mayfield could get him killed.
I'm your huckleberry.
Also, it's quite a possibility that neither of those guys is going to be the quarterback of this team.
That's possible. I actually told you that.
Yeah.
Kevin Vick with a reprehensible chat, 20 months as a member of the House of Reprehensibles, and Kevin Vick's a great linchpin of how long we've been reprehensibles, because he was one of the first.
Mm-hmm.
He said the only way Mike Evans gets to 1,000 yards is if he plays defense. Agreed.
Jeez.
And then, Soaring Eagle,
I'm your huckleberry.
with his member chat, you taking Deshaun Watson or Lamar Jackson as your QB1? That's probably as good a time as any to get into quarterback rankings.
Quarterback rankings for 2023.
I figure we'll debut yours first.
Of course we will. I mean, it's easy at the top, right?
Is it?
It is. I mean, it's Patrick Mahomes.
And I agree. I do agree with you.
He's won, and I don't feel that it's all that close that he's won. To me, it's very close for the second spot behind him between Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts. But there's no debating for me that Mahomes is the one.
Okay, so let me ask this a slightly different way as I look at your rankings.
Okay.
Why are Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts 2 and 3 for you?
Why?
Mm-hmm. What differentiated them? Because for me, I'm looking at there are 7 that are clearly better than everybody else.
Okay.
There are 2 that I love the talent. I don't know that statistically it's going to look as good. And then there's a drop off a mountain.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm very much in the Ricky Bobby philosophy of I either want to be first or last.
Yes.
But I'm not 100% sure I want to take Pat Mahomes. I'm not sure I can get behind taking him where he's going.
Okay.
His ADP's in the second round.
Mm-hmm.
That's really high.
But if you want one of these guys, you got to go that high.
Do you, though?
Yeah, you do.
Do you, though?
Patrick Mahomes is coming off the board in the second round. Then yeah, you're gonna have to go early if you want one of the elites, and I think it will pay up for you to do so.
Okay, so I'm going to give you ADPs.
Yes.
And you tell me where you feel the hunky-dunkiest. Right now, this is according to Fantasy Pros, which is what we use at this point in the season. We will move to Fantasy Calculator as we get closer and closer to more drafts happening.
Mm-hmm.
Pat Mahomes is going 14. You feel great about that?
Yeah.
I don't. Josh Allen's going 18. You feel great about that?
Not as much.
I don't. Jalen Hurts is going 22nd. You feel great about that?
Yes.
I don't. Joe Burrow is going 34th. You feel great about that?
Not necessarily.
I don't. Lamar Jackson's going 33rd. Do you feel good about that? I don't. Justin Herbert's going 43rd. Do you feel good about that?
Yes.
There you go. And now we are in agreement.
All right, so you're
two.
saying cut out the top 4 that go too early and get somebody at the back end of that first tier.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, and that makes
Pat
sense.
Mahomes, I get it. If you get to the back end of the second round and he's still there, I understand why you're doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Barring injury, he's damn near guaranteed to be good. But is he that much better than a slew of these other guys in terms of fantasy scoring? I get that he was last year.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fully well aware of that.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of points per game, how much better was Pat Mahomes than the rest of the quarterbacks in the league?
4 points.
Oh, trick question. He wasn't even number 1. It's Jalen Hurts.
Interesting.
But he missed your 2 Super Bowl weeks.
Mm-hmm.
That's what burned Jalen Hurts. Now, if you go from 1 all the way down to, let's see how far we go here. If you go from 1 to 4, what is the discrepancy week to week? And the top 4 were Jalen Hurts, Pat Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow.
1 to 4, what was the discrepancy over the rest of the field?
No. How many more points per game did you get with Jalen Hurts than you got with Joe Burrow, who was 4?
2.5.
It's 4.
Okay.
That's a significant difference.
Okay.
Then you go from Burrow and you take out Davis Webb, Sam Howell. Those are the 2 worst ones. You can go all the way down to Justin Herbert, who was not great last year. He was great the year before. He was second quarter. He was number 2 in fantasy scoring the year before.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same difference as there was from 1 to 4. The difference from 4 to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. It's the same difference. Now, there's a lot of volatility,
mm-hmm.
and you get a lot of guys like Kirkland Cousins, who is firmly a QB1 because he played every game. There's something to be said for that.
Mm-hmm.
The discrepancy is how many of these guys are going to win you weeks. Justin Herbert had some dog puddles. He also had a couple 33s and a 28, and that wins you a week. I'm finding myself doing a lot of Justin Herbert and a lot of Justin Fields. So I'm just getting better value.
Mm-hmm.
Because the difference at running back is significantly bigger. Significantly bigger.
So you're saying to use the first 2 picks on running backs, especially?
Okay, so you tell me which one of these you like better. And I'm just going to use average draft position. All right, Pat Mahomes is going as the 2nd pick in the 2nd round, so I will have to go overall. Do you feel better with Nick Chubb, Pat Mahomes? Math is fun. Jahmyr Gibbs, Kenny Walker? Or do you feel better with Nick Chubb, Tony Pollard, DK Metcalf, Deebo Samuel? Or Calvin Ridley? Calvin Ridley's in that same boat. Mm-hmm. Which one of those you like better? Because for me, it's the 2nd one, and it's really not all that close.
Really?
Because then I can
just
go
take your
Justin
chances
Fields
on a quarterback.
Well, no, because then I can go Justin Fields, who falls right in that line with the next pick.
What, in the 5th
Or
round?
Justin Herbert, or I could even take Herbert with that last pick. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
I need a running back that I can count on.
Problem is, if you wait that long, the top quarterbacks will probably be gone.
Okay. Am I throwing myself off a bridge because I don't want to take Geno Smith? No, I'm fine with Geno Smith.
Okay.
Tua Tagovailoa, I find myself taking him a lot as well. Because in terms of if you just go by production per game, Tua Tagovailoa was pretty good. He had a lot of mediocre games, but he had a couple real high water marks, and I'm not sure he was ever actually healthy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. I won't find myself doing that.
So you're taking one early?
Probably.
Period.
More than likely. And it may be that I end up, getting I won't be the first one to jump out usually and get a quarterback, but I want to be in that first wave. Because I want to be I want to be on the tail end of it, right?
Well, I'm just looking
of the
at
top
your
tier is what
I'm just looking at your rankings. You've got Dak Prescott at 13.
Yep.
I don't understand that even a little bit.
Why?
You're too low. You're too low.
Okay.
Period. I mean, I feel like Dak Prescott is cemented as either 8, 9, or 10. Do you know where I can get him right now?
Where?
ADP, where would you say Dak Prescott falls in? After everything I've already said.
7th round? 6th round?
Give me a number. I hate when you do that because I have to do multiplication in my head.
68.
You're way too high. He's in the mid-80s.
Okay.
As is Tua Tagovailoa.
Okay.
You want me to give you a fun strategy that I'm just all the way in on? Take them both. Take them both. Take Dak Prescott, take Tua Tagovailoa. Mm-hmm. And let me explain to you why I say that. The high side of those two is what? Week to week. Can they win you a week?
Yeah.
No doubt. I have 2 of them. What happens if Josh Allen goes down? What's that guy left with? Because you're not taking if you're taking a second quarterback, you're taking a dart throw late. Mm-hmm. So just looking at I'll flip
taking
over
a
to
Derek Carr or something.
No, you're not going that high. I mean, Derek Carr for you is. Let me flip over your rankings here. You got Derek Carr at 17.
Do I?
I don't think you're taking a second quarterback that high. If you go Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes, I would wager you're going somewhere more in the Brock Purdy, Sam Howell, C.J. Stroud. If you're sitting there with Dak Prescott and Tua Tagovailoa, can you or can you not leverage them to high holy hell? Oh, yeah, you can. Because I have 2 of them. Mm-hmm. So why would I not just take 2 really good ones in the middle, in the meaty clackers portion?
Okay.
And when I say I want to be first or last, my last does not necessarily mean what last insinuates.
Okay.
I don't want to sit here and wait and take Jared Goff as my one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going full zero quarterback where I just go, Jesus Christ, give me Goff and 2 rookies, praying to Jesus I can find one week to week.
Right.
No, I'm taking one of the last ones that are actually certifiable starters.
Okay.
I don't want to go into the season with – I'm looking at your rankings. God, you have Cousins too low too.
Okay.
Are you going to say anything but okay? That's been your last 8
Well, I'm waiting for you to
responses.
finish your point here. I've got Kirk Cousins too low. Why? Why is he too low?
You have Jared Goff ahead of him, which to me is just fucking insane. You could have had you ahead of Kirk Cousins, and I think I would have disagreed about as vehemently as I do with Jared Goff.
Okay. Jared Goff was a top 10 quarterback last year, just like Kirk Cousins was. You're the one that's been preaching all offseason. Oh, this team just take a step back.
What you just said is not only is it not true, it's not even close to true.
Really?
No. The top quarterbacks last year, Jalen Hurts, Pat Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Justin Fields, Kyler Murray, Geno Smith, Daniel Jones, Tua Tagovailoa, Kirk Cousins, Trevor Lawrence, Dak Prescott, Jared Goff. So Goff was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I got to make sure I'm not putting in the ones that missed 87 fucking games or only played once. 9. He was 15. He was 15. I mean, and Kirk Cousins was only 4 spots ahead of him.
I was going to say, not according to Fantasy Pros.
Well, no, you're looking at total points, which doesn't mean fuck all.
Okay. What should I be looking at? Average
points
per week?
Because Jared Goff played every single week. Mm-hmm. That almost tells you how bad he actually was. He finishes that high. Do you realize how many high-end quarterbacks missed games? Jalen Hurts missed 2. Justin Fields missed 2. Mm-hmm. Lamar Jackson missed 5. Kyler Murray missed 6. Daniel Jones missed 1. Tua Tagovailoa missed 4. Dak Prescott missed 5. Oh, but Jared Goff, well, yeah, because he played every game.
Mm-hmm.
He's never winning you a week. That's where I think people run into. This is almost like I can make it say whatever I want to. So I'll give you a stat with. Let me switch documents here. I'll give you a fun stat about Kirk Cousins.
Mm-hmm.
Read a couple of super chats. I got to get to. I'm progressing through 400 pages here. I don't remember where I put this.
All right. My screen's showing one super chat from Curtis Davis. This is, how do you feel about Evan Ingram with Kincaid as a backup at tight end?
I'm your huckleberry.
I'm all in for that personally.
Also, Bijan and Nick Chubb as the starters. He feels pretty good about that in his league. I don't see anything wrong with that.
I don't either.
If I can come out with Bijan and Nick Chubb, running back's pretty well taken care of for me.
Rob Johnson.
I'm your huckleberry.
He's high on a Watson Cooper stack and a T-Law Ridley. I like both of those. I love stacking receivers with quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
That's my other problem with Jared Goff. I've long lived by the belief, if I can't find a receiver of yours that I have even a modicum of interest in, I'm going to struggle to believe that you're going to be great. And I know what you're going to say, but Amon St. Brown, he's going too high. Well, we have now officially gone to the point of, oh, sweet baby Jesus. He is going there. I've seen him go ahead of Devontae Adams, and I struggle to get there.
Mm-hmm.
I love him more than anybody.
I mean, how much do you believe in Las Vegas?
I don't.
That's my question.
I don't. But what does that mean? They're going to be behind all the time.
Mm-hmm.
We think Detroit's going to be 12-5. Does that mean you think they're going to have a big high-flying offense? Because I don't.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're going to have several guys that are usable. I don't know that any of them are stars. I would say Amon St. Brown's a back-end wide receiver 1, high-end wide receiver 2.
Okay.
He's going at like 16 overall.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'll pass. Now, that could come to the mean, but people are freaking out because there aren't any other receivers. That's not a positive for him. I need somebody to take coverage away from me. So I like the Watson Cooper stack. I like the T-Law Ridley stack.
Mm-hmm.
And Curtis Davis also.
I'm your huckleberry.
That's hilarious because I got Jalen Hurts at pick 22. That's not bad value. That's not bad value at all.
Justin Parton, also with a super chat here. He says, let's put all this advice to use. When are we mocking?
We will be filling a mock draft that will start running in the next hour.
Okay.
Our goal is to take one break per hour just so we can so old man Bladder over here can piddle.
Got to go to the bathroom.
And I can cram down a heater because me sans nicotine is not something anybody wants.
Mm-hmm. Just tune in and or stay tuned in. We'll let you know. We'll open up the draft on Sleeper. Everybody can get their opportunity to join in.
And we'll do
Jeremy will have it up on the screen.
Yeah, we'll do a couple different kinds of draft today.
Okay. Absolutely.
Just that gives you a different look at things.
Right. But going down the rankings here of quarterbacks.
Oh, let me get back to my Kirk Cousins point.
Oh yeah.
All right, so I just railed on Kirk Cousins, right?
Yep.
In the last 3 years, there have been 4 quarterbacks that have qualified that have finished in the top or have finished ahead of the league average at quarterback in points per game.
Mm-hmm.
Fantasy football. Who are they?
How many?
4. 2 more that are close.
That have finished above the league average in fantasy football.
Mm-hmm.
Quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm. League average. That is 1.
I would say Josh Allen.
That is 2.
How many years did you say?
Last 3.
The last 3 years.
And you had to play at least 10 games to qualify.
Tom Brady.
Nope.
Lamar Jackson.
There's 3.
Is it Kirk Cousins?
That's 4. Now, why is that? Because he's always at approximately 18 points per game.
Mm-hmm.
A safe 18 points is fine. Let me read you Kirk Cousins' game log from last year. 19.1, 11.8, 18.3, 13.9, 23.2, 16.5, 23.5, 17.4, 17.5, 22.9, 11.8, 25, 34.5, 24.2, 10.9, 13. How often do you look at a quarterback and go, oh, my quarterback got me 16 points, and start just giving yourself over the pants HJs? Oh, never?
Never.
Yeah. That's where guys like Kirk Cousins fall off the boat to me. You never win me a week. You don't lose me a week, but I'm at a deficit to every other one of those quarterbacks off the jump.
Mm-hmm.
Because Patrick Mahomes had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He had 10 games where he outscored everything but Kirk Cousins' best game, that 33.5 or whatever it was that he scored. So I'm 8 points down to Pat Mahomes every single week.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good. I'd rather have Justin Fields, who, yes, he will throw the 9 or the 6. He also throws up a 40 or a 42. I want to go high upside. Mm-hmm. Dak Prescott provides that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he only had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He had 5 games last year in the 11 that he played where he was over 20 points. And he also didn't have but 2 where he was below 10, and he got hurt in one of them. So I get the safety of Kirk Cousins with Dak Prescott with a high upside that Kirk Cousins doesn't have. He's not throwing 30s very often.
Mm-hmm.
Dak can do that.
Okay.
Justin Fields can do that. And then you get into Derek. To me, Derek Carr and Kirk Cousins are the same guy. You can't love one and not love the other. You can't hate one and not hate the other. Because they're the exact same person.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't outrun me in a foot race.
I was going to say, mediocre quarterbacks.
They won't kill you,
mm-hmm.
but they're also not going to help you all
mm-hmm.
that much.
And I feel the same way about Jared Goff, who I put in that same little that same little tier of my quarterback rankings. See, to me, after the top 8 or 9, it gets very. I mean, there might be some upside with some of these guys, but I'd put Geno Smith at the top of that next tier.
I'm fine with Geno Smith. Geno had an upside last year that it's higher than what I said out of Kirk Cousins. He had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 6 games over 22 fantasy points.
Mm-hmm.
That's a higher upside than I get with Kirk Cousins. So, yeah, I would agree with you. I put him on the higher side of that, but he kind of falls in the same boat.
Mm-hmm.
Because he had that many games over 20. How many did he score over 30?
Who, Geno?
Mm-hmm.
3? None?
0.
None of them.
Geno was another one. He played every game. He played every single game. Doesn't have the high upside. He's consistent. He
mm-hmm.
won't kill you,
mm-hmm.
but you're at a deficit to anybody with a high-end quarterback. If I'm going to do that, I'm stacking something up. And if you are a purchaser of our Mullet Man, Canadan, Georgia Fan Ultimate Fantasy Draft Kit, you will see exactly what I'm talking about of you let your league dictate your strategy. To me, one of the stupidest things I hear people say is, I'm going 0 quarterback theory. Okay, well, what if your league doesn't take quarterbacks until the 5th round? If everybody else in your league is bypassing them and you just go, no, fuck Pat Mahomes, in the 4th round, you're an idiot. And you deserve what you get. Going in saying, I'm going to do blank is just insanely stupid to me.
So you never have a plan. You just play it as it comes.
Oh, I have a plan, and I let you dictate it.
Mm-hmm.
I let you dictate what I'm going to do. I have a plan no matter what you do. If the receivers start going crazy early, awesome. I'm going to skull rock you.
On running backs.
On running backs.
Yeah.
If you're going to bypass tight ends, cool. I'll get one of that second tier because Kelsey will go high in every league.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll grab a Mark Andrews or somebody like that where they should go. And then I'm set at tight end. Now I have that advantage over you.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have an advantage somewhere if you draft well. Before I unveil my quarterback rankings,
I'm your huckleberry.
Stephen Westbrooks with a super chat. How concerned are you about Chris Jones possibly not signing with the Chiefs? I'm not. I'm not at all. It'll get done because that team's really, really, really good. You know who I'm concerned about? Josh Jacobs. Because I don't really have any incentive to sign with you. This team sucks, and you're going to run me into the ground. Mm-hmm. Chris Jones has to be looking at this going, do I want to get paid? Absolutely. You know what else I want to do? Win. Because I don't get but so many chances to win, and I have one of them.
Right. So he's still on he's still got a year left on his deal,
yes.
but he wants to restructure. Or he wants
an extension.
He wants an extension to be paid more. Josh Jacobs ain't getting that.
No.
And Josh Jacobs ain't getting any younger, which sucks because he only has 2 or 3 years left of actual real fantasy value in him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that typically is the way the running back market goes. I think it's absolutely ridiculous that he is going down this path, and I think he will cave and come back.
It won't end well. Now on your screen, you will see my quarterback rankings. You notice how high Justin Fields is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's good at football.
Fantasy football.
That's what we're talking about here. I don't really give a fuck how good he is at NFL football. You keep running like 16 times a week, you're probably going to be fine. You're probably going to be just fine.
Mm-hmm. Took him a while last year to kind of get going.
Mm-hmm. Well, you also got to remember one of those games was played in a monsoon.
Mm-hmm. Week 6 through week 18, he was QB5 in fantasy football, averaged almost 25 points per game.
And that was with me playing wide receiver for him.
Right. Now, he did have those 2 massive weeks where he scored 40 back-to-back. Mm-hmm. He has that high side, but can you count on it routinely? Can you count on consistency with Justin Fields is my question. Look, I think I had him at 5 as well in my rankings. So we're both on par here with Justin Fields.
I think you were a little lower on him than that. I could be wrong. I'll tell you momentarily.
No, I had him at 5.
Okay. For some reason, I thought you were lower than that.
And he missed 2 weeks as well.
Oh, he did. He did. He's got a high upside that very few quarterbacks have. And I will always steer into somebody that can win me weeks. You look at those 240s. You would damn near have to have played 3 guys that didn't play to lose with him doing that.
Yep.
So he guaranteed you 3 wins. Over the course of last year, just starting Justin Fields guaranteed you a win. If the rest of your team was even competent. I can't say that same thing about Geno Smith or Kirk Cousins or Aaron Rodgers or Rodgers is another one that you're higher on than I am.
Yes, because you didn't bring him in here just to hand the ball off.
No, and I'm not saying that you did. In terms of points per game, which is that is what I lean on.
Mm-hmm.
Last year, Aaron Rodgers was at 14.8.
Because
he's going to be
terrible.
He's going to be drastically better than that.
Yes,
but how much better than that? Do I think he's going back to his heyday? Because I'll go ahead and tell you, I don't.
I would say the floor on that is a 6-point improvement. Well, no, not that much. I would say 4 points, 4.5 points to bring him up to like 18.5.
When was the last time Aaron Rodgers threw over 4,500 yards?
Over 4,500 yards? I mean, it's been a while. I'd say
it's 12 years.
Yeah.
It's 2011.
Mm-hmm.
The thing about Aaron Rodgers, he's very touchdown dependent. So if you look at where he has finished among fantasy quarterbacks over the years, yeah, he was really good the year he threw 48 touchdowns. He's only done that. He's only done that once.
Mm-hmm.
He's only been over 26. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He's done that 9 times in his career. It's happened 2 times since 2016. Now you're telling me he's going to go to a far superior defensive team. As good, if not better, of a rushing team. And all of a sudden he's going to get better? I don't see that.
As good, if not better than who? The Packers?
Yes.
Your line's not as good, so you're not going to be able to open holes for him. I mean, I get
Breece Hall's better than either of those two running backs.
I get Breece Hall's better than that, but he's also coming off a major injury.
Okay.
And how do you not see how those two things are not equal? One can block for their running backs, the other one can't.
And, I could be entirely biased here because I am a Jets fan and I hear a lot of things.
Right.
This misnomer that the Jets can't run block is fucking stupid. In terms of run blocking, when that line was healthy last year with Dwayne Brown, I don't remember who they considered the right tackle to be healthy because it wasn't Mekhi Becton because he never played a game. I want to say it was Fant. With Fant, Connor McGovern, Dwayne Brown, Laken Tomlinson, Elijah Vera Tucker, they were the 7th best run blocking unit in the league. They can't pass block. There's a big fucking difference there. It's just like Jacksonville. Best pass blocking team in the league, worst run blocking team in the league. People look at offensive lines and go, well, they're not talented. No, they're very talented at something. The sum of all parts doesn't really mean anything. The Jets are going to be able to run the ball down your throat. I just spent an entire day watching him do it. All this, well, the Panthers shut them down. Yeah, in a 2-minute drill. You know why? Because they had to throw. And yeah, Brian Burns ate Mekhi Becton's lunchbox. It happened directly in front of me, and it wasn't even close. Also happened on the other side, and I had to look at the number of who did it. Jets are not a great pass blocking team. They didn't have Dwayne Brown yesterday, and I fully get that, and it was a practice. You can glean a lot from that. I'm looking at Aaron Rodgers right now, and so I just allow me to do a comparison here. And I got to go to another page to do this. How many passes did Zach Wilson throw last year in 9 games?
No clue.
242.
Okay.
If you push that out to a full season, and I get there's a difference between Zach Wilson and Aaron Rodgers, there's also a difference between a 7-10 team and what you think the Jets are. That's 484. That's with an extra game. That's at 18 games. Okay. Just so I don't have to do the friggin' math.
Okay.
Aaron Rodgers threw it 542 times last year. I will bet you anything you want, he won't touch that. Aaron Rodgers is in I'd say probably 480. I'd say he's probably right where Russell Wilson was last year.
Okay. About
that 480, 490 range. There's not a ton of quarterbacks that throw 500 passes in a year.
And Aaron does it, or has done it, damn near every year.
Playing for Mike LaFleur and Mike McCarthy. Now he's playing for Robert Saleh. Offensive, defensive. Aaron Rodgers is on my do not draft list. Straight up. And I just watched him, and he is special. You know what else I watched him do 1,000 times?
What's that?
Hand the fucking ball off. I also watched him go over with Tim Boyle and Zach Wilson the intricacies of how to hand the ball off. Didn't so much as see him speak to him after a pass. Is that a small sample size? Absolutely it is. It also lends itself to everything I've heard out of Jets camp. They are going to run more than you think.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's not going to be many opportunities, or there won't be many times in a season where you find yourself overwhelmed by the offensive opposition because of how good that defense is, because of how shut down Sauce Gardner can be, DJ Reed as well. So, yeah, I can see where you say they're going to run the ball a lot. But Aaron's going to throw.
I'll tell you
you didn't go get that golden arm to not do that.
I'll tell you a player I have over Aaron Rodgers will probably blow your mind.
Yep.
Russell Wilson.
Yeah, crazy.
How many times do you have to hear out of Broncos camp that what Sean Payton believes is that Russell Wilson came in with this bee in his bonnet about being able to be a pocket quarterback? And so he came in, refused to break the pocket to prove that he could do it. Sean Payton's talked about this time and time and time and time again. He will run again. I'm not telling you he's going to be a great NFL quarterback. I think he'll be fine for fantasy. He's been my backup a lot. No matter how high I drafted a quarterback, because everybody treats him like he's radioactive.
Mm-hmm.
And from an NFL standpoint, he is. I don't know that he is from a fantasy standpoint. I think he'll be fine there. And I would take him over Aaron Rodgers in a heartbeat.
Wow.
Denver sucks.
That surprises me a lot.
Denver sucks. The Jets don't. If you're behind, you're going to throw far more than if you're ahead. The Jets are going to be ahead a lot. Or it will be at the very least close games.
Mm-hmm.
Denver could be down 2 touchdowns 10 times this year, and it wouldn't shock me in the least.
I was going to say, how many 20-17 games do you see the Jets being in this year?
16. And that's my problem,
right.
Is to score with Aaron Rodgers being touchdown dependent, like I said he was. I don't see a path that the Jets score. I mean, how many points do you think that team averages? 20? 22?
24, 23.
24 to me is probably on the high side.
Yeah.
I mean, I can get down with it. They have the talent to do that.
Hell, you were at what, 17 last year,
yes.
Or not even that?
17 and 17.4, I think.
Okay. I mean, I can see that going up exponentially just because you have Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, and it will go up exponentially.
And because you're
a lot
having...
of it's going to be on Breece Hall.
Mm-hmm.
I love Breece Hall. I don't love Aaron Rodgers from a fantasy standpoint.
Right.
I firmly have the belief that people are looking at the Aaron Rodgers thing the wrong way. I don't think he wants to throw it 550 times again. I really don't.
Okay.
He waxes poetic about Breece Hall. And I look at the other receivers and just go, okay, so I love Garrett Wilson. Who else am I supposed to feel warm and fuzzy about? Does it not strike you as strange the Jets have 4 tight ends on the roster? Is that not weird to anybody but me?
Well, it wasn't really weird to me because they don't really have a good one. So
yeah, I disagree with you vehemently.
So they went, hey, let's get 4 guys and somebody will be worth starting.
Yeah,
here.
catch of the day yesterday was Tyler Conklin, just to be clear.
Mm-hmm.
I like Tyler Conklin a lot, and they're probably going to carry 4. At the very least, they will put Zach Kuntz on the practice squad and carry Nick Bawden.
Yep.
So you're going to carry 3 tight ends and a fullback. You also have 2 of the best blocking receivers in the NFL. Yeah, you're going to run way more than people think.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I have no interest in Aaron. I like Daniel Jones exponentially better. Anthony Richardson, I'm playing the high side. I mean, he's starting the first preseason game tomorrow night, which is incredibly predictable to me. He'll start week 1, and he'll play all 17 games. I'd rather go Anthony Richardson because he has an upside with his feet, and I don't think they're going to give him the opportunity to turn it over that much.
Anthony Richardson over
Aaron Rodgers. And I don't think it's really all that close.
Okay. Because of the rushing yards.
I had Aaron at 18, and if Jared Goff had a full complement of receivers, I probably would have had Goff over him. I considered having Matthew Stafford over him, if that tells you anything.
Wow. Okay. It seems really crazy to me, especially as much as you've been talking about, this is the 3rd iteration of the Aaron Rodgers fuck you tour. I don't think he came to...
But he's won 3 MVPs. He doesn't give a fuck about winning another MVP. He wants a ring. I just stood 4 feet away from the guy as he basically said, I came here to win at all costs. As he scorched earth the effort of his team.
And the best way for them to win is for him to hand
play
the ball
really
off.
good defense, don't turn damn ball over and let Aaron Rodgers do what he does best. I can hit you. I can punch you right in the mouth 5 times a game. I don't have to come out here and throw it 40 times a game.
Interesting. Well, we're obviously vastly different on Aaron Rodgers because I struggled to put him that low.
And I struggled to put him that high, and I'm 6 spots behind you?
Yeah. Because I look at guys like Tua Tagovailoa and go, okay, yeah, he can have big weeks. Sure, he's got all the talent around him that he needs to have huge weeks. But I can't trust on him. I can't trust him. I can't trust him to stay healthy.
You have to have a steady backup behind Tua.
Right. He got the lower half broken in college, and now he's gotten the upper half broken in the NFL. There's no way I can look at him and feel comfortable going into the season with him as my 1.
One of my favorite strategies as of right now is to go Dak Prescott, Tua Tagovailoa in back-to-back rounds. Because if I'm right on both, I have an asset that's going to be real valuable about week 7.
Mm-hmm. And you said I had Dak too low?
I believe you
on
do.
my list?
I believe you do. You've got him at 13. That's insane. You've got him behind Aaron Rodgers, which is insane to me. Geno Smith, which I guess I get, but Geno's claim to fame is he just doesn't miss games. And then the rest of them I get.
Well,
your top 9 was the same as my top 9.
Okay. Well, and I
think. I may have had Tua in the top 9. I'm pretty sure I had Dak at 10.
Right. I doubt that Geno can do the 70% completion thing again, 30 touchdowns. It seems high.
Yeah, your top 9 was the same as mine, actually.
Yeah. It seems high, the 30 touchdowns that he put in last year, but then remember they're adding JSN. And that makes a big difference to me. Now I've got 3 stud wide receivers for Geno to throw to.
Changes the talent. I don't know that it changes the game plan.
Well, I think it. What are you saying, that they won't pass more just because they have another wide receiver?
How many passes did Geno Smith throw last year?
Oh, good Lord. 428.
How many did you say?
428.
You're 150 low. He was 572.
Nice.
The only guys in the league that threw more than him were Lawrence, Goff, Burrow, Cousins, Mahomes, Herbert, and Tom Brady. Tom Brady threw it 733
Yes, he
times.
did. Just can't run the damn ball.
Yeah. I would go under on 572. Not cousin Colin Greene has a point. We have a billion unanswered questions.
Okay.
So let's go back and answer those, and then we'll take our first break of the Ultimate Fantasy Football Quarter Marathon. I'm going all the way. I don't remember where we stopped. We'll rapid fire these.
Let's see. The last thing
There's
I
Najee. I remember that
reading.
Rob Johnson asked, is the standard sign up for Battle for the Belt the same as that we did last year? Sure is. The standard contest is, and there are some little idiosyncrasies to it. Now you don't get extra points for saving money, because that made me want to throw my head into a wood chipper, because every single week I had to go through and add up all of your points, and by the end, and Tank tried to tell me that was the way that was going to go. Mm-hmm. Like, you're going to hate yourself for doing this. And he was right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the standard contest is the same that we did last year.
DNA Tooth Podcast says, Jeremy, which Packers rookie gets the most touches?
Luke Musgrave.
He says also, where do you have Aaron Jones ranked?
We will do running back. Running back is the last position we do, but since you asked that one, I have. Let's see. Aaron Jones is my running back 16.
I got him at 15 on my list. He's going to get a lot of opportunities because your quarterback's terrible.
I did also notice that you didn't rank Jordan Love.
Bingo. Number 26.
Not an error in judgment, eh?
No, it was not. I forgot about him. I went, no. If I'm sitting at the end of a draft and you're like, do you want Jordan Love or Sam Howell? I'm taking Sam Howell all day long. He was my 25. Because I don't see any upside with Jordan Love.
I do.
I don't. I think it's going to be a disaster, and I'm just here to watch it burn.
Some men just want to watch the world burn.
Of course, I've never been a big fan of Christian Watson.
I love Christian Watson.
And
I'm very high on him this year.
So I just don't. I don't feel like it's going to be a good year for Green Bay at all, and I don't see much fantasy relevance outside of Aaron Jones. And I mean, Christian Watson will be worth having, but I don't know that you're gonna end the season with Jordan Love and go, okay, well that looks like Baker Mayfield stats from his last full season in Cleveland. Like, it was okay. He probably finished that season 18 or 19. I don't even think he finished the season in the top half. And I think that has a lot to do with my rankings too. Like where these teams are going to end up, I think your ranking will reflect that.
Mm-hmm. Jordan Love's on a team that's going to have to throw.
Other than guys like Anthony Richardson, who's going to be a dog water team, but he's still going to have a lot of fantasy points, just like Justin Fields did last year.
Well, I mean, he's almost in a vacuum of it. Doesn't really matter how the team goes. They're developing him. Yeah, he needs reps.
Right, but that's what I'm saying about everybody else on the list. You're going to be at the top. That means your team's going to score a lot of points, and you're probably going to be pretty damn good.
Yeah. In large part, you're right.
Yeah. It's been a record-setting few years for fantasy football for quarterbacks because this is a passing league and because the quarterbacks just keep getting so much more athletic than they ever have been before. I had to pull this stat because I thought it was interesting. Top 18 all-time fantasy seasons at quarterback. How many of them have been in the last 5 years?
Of the top 18?
Top 18 best fantasy seasons all time. How many have been in the last 5 years?
14.
Close. It's 12. 12 of 18 best seasons ever have been in the last 5 years. Many of them have been put forth by the guys at the top of the list. Mm-hmm. Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, obviously, Joe Burrow, and Jalen Hurts was one of those as well with his big year last year. So, let's see. Any other questions here that we want to get to before we take a little break?
Yeah, we'll go rapid fire on the questions. Eat and Sleep Football asked, who gets more touches, Jackson Smith and Jigba or Quentin Johnston? I would go JSN.
I'm going to go with I'm going to go with Quentin Johnston.
I think he runs as the 4 for a really long time.
See, I don't. I think he runs. He starts the season that way. But what's going to happen? We all know what's coming for that wide receiver room.
Somebody's going to get hurt.
Keenan Allen will get hurt. Mike Williams will get hurt. One of them.
Here's the problem.
If not like last year, both of them get hurt.
Well, Mike Williams only missed a game.
And then Quentin Johnston.
See, my problem is Quentin Johnston. To me, Quentin Johnston doesn't play at the slot, which is what Keenan Allen does. So even if Keenan Allen goes down, I don't know what that's supposed to help. Josh Palmer hasn't played much out of the slot. Mm-hmm. So I will go JSN, and I think it's by a pretty significant amount.
I read a report just the other day that was talking about Quentin has been so good that they're going to move Mike Williams to the slot. Let Keenan run on the outside. Let Quentin be the 2 and run Mike Williams out of the slot. I don't know how much stock to put into that, but it was one of these insider reporters.
That's one of my favorite lines of that's what a lie sounds like. That's either a lie or somebody fed you a line of bullshit.
Maybe, I don't know. I like I said, I'm just telling you what the article said, and I thought about it and I went, that may not be true. You know me, I'm not the X's and O's guys. I don't really know who plays in the slot, who doesn't play in the slot, who's best fit for the outside, but that does tell me one thing, that Quentin Johnston is fucking incredible. Mm-hmm. And it's good. It could possibly be one of the best picks of the draft this year.
It very well could be. Ricky AA and Bill Booty Cheeks asked, do people really bet on preseason games?
Yep. Yes. I'm looking at one.
Yep.
I am 35 years old. I am divorced, and I live in a van down by the river.
Sorry. Sloan Jordan said, I bet on that Jeremy bet on rock, paper, scissors in the playground during recess. Yes, I also played rock, paper, scissors with a member of the Carolina Panthers yesterday that I don't know who it was.
Nice.
Jersey was lifted up, and I couldn't see the name on the back.
And what were you guys playing for?
He was doing it as he was walking down he just kept looking at people doing it.
Oh.
Yeah. Let's see. Rob Johnson, where do you rank Bijan Robinson? I'm scared to take him if stuck in the back end of the first round. I would take him at 1.
Yep.
And wouldn't blink.
Mm-hmm.
Albert Breer today on Two Pros and a Cup of Joe said the team that didn't make the playoffs last year that will surprise you the most this year is the Atlanta Falcons. And that tells me a lot. I mean, he's been to 16 camps, so he's seen a lot, and he's that high on.
Yeah. Bijan should not still be there at the end of the first round
No.
of your draft. And if he
ADP
is,
right
you
now is
don't
8.
even think
Don't
about
even
it.
blink.
Right.
Don't even blink.
Right.
Bijan Robinson, Nick Chubb, I'm giving myself an over-the-pants HJ.
Yeah.
At the draft, and I don't even care who sees it.
You get to 5 for me, and that's value that I can't turn up. I can't turn down. Although I did famously, as we said on the ESPN Asheville show the other day, I did do a mock draft where I took him 1, and they kicked me out because they thought I was being fucky. They thought I was screwing it up just to be an asshole. No. Like, legitimately, he can be the RB1 at the end of the year.
Justin Parton, rookie draft, Dynasty League, Johnston, Smith and Jigba, or Addison, I need a receiver. It's a Dynasty League, so it's a different answer for me.
So JSN, Quentin Johnston, or who was the third one? Jordan Addison.
Yep. This is easy as hell to me.
I mean, I would have to go Quentin Johnston.
Quentin Johnston's not close. Quentin Johnson is not close.
Mm-hmm.
Justin Herbert, another couple years of Geno Smith, who is 34 years old.
Mm-hmm.
One more year of Kirk Cousins, and then who the fuck knows?
Yeah. Who are we going to find to replace Kirk Cousins in Minnesota?
Quentin Johnston by a mile. Ricky A. said he's low-key liking Conklin after what I saw yesterday. You should. Would you? Gage Camplin asked, would you rather have Carson Wentz or Baker Mayfield?
On my team,
yes.
I think it's Carson Wentz, and I'm not really sure I feel like it's even close.
Yeah, can I answer neither?
No,
I'd rather have myself. I'd rather have the coach cutting reps.
Is Johnny Manziel still available? Can we give him a 15th chance? Have you seen that, by the way, the Untold?
Yeah, I heard
That
somebody had a real fucked up joke about Johnny Manziel, and I laughed way harder at it than I've.
Well, do share.
So apparently Manziel said he tried to commit suicide after the Browns cut him.
Mm-hmm.
It was bad. I didn't say it. I laughed a lot.
All right. So it's a joke that you're not going to
100% because it's in horrible taste, and and we don't do that around here.
All right.
Stephen Westbrook's asked, better season for the Steelers, Deontay Johnson or George Pickens?
George Pickens.
For the value, I agree. Although Deontay Johnson's getting pushed way down. So I don't mind either one.
I think George is going to take that step above, and I just can't. I still can't get over the diva attitude from Deontay Johnson. I feel like this is the year that he makes the move. He makes the move into the one, and they will figure out how to satiate Deontay Johnson, however that happens, whether that be a trade or what. But I don't see him being a Steeler much longer.
I don't know that I agree with that. They have a really nice set of weapons there. Let's see here. Christian Kirk, Devontae Smith. It's Devontae Smith.
Devontae Smith.
I feel like Calvin Ridley's going to hurt Christian Kirk.
Yes.
Holt asked, when is the draft? He'll come up again. We will have a date for you on that next week. That's the ultimate fantasy draft weekend. Danny Fence fan, Jeremy, any advice for a 20-team league picking at 18?
Don't do that.
You should really purchase the Mullet Man Canada and Georgia Fan Ultimate Fantasy Draft Kit because it unlike me or Tank goes real deep. Let's see, Ricky A.
Good for you.
I knew you'd laugh eventually.
Good for you.
Took you a minute. West Virginia Willie, Calvin Ridley or Amari Cooper?
Oh, it's Actually, I think it's Cooper, but
it's Cooper.
I've
got him one spot ahead of Calvin Ridley.
Do you?
Mm-hmm.
I think I have him a couple of spots higher than him.
I like both a lot. Let me put it this way: both of them have numbers next to their names when I show the receiver rankings that will surprise you. Need a Panthers receiver other than Thielen, Jonathan Mingo, or DJ Chark.
Well, he took the one. He took the one I wanted to say there.
Jonathan Mingo.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I saw him yesterday at camp, and let me I'm going to back away from my microphone to say this. He's a dog! That's going to be the number one receiver in Carolina. When we talk about rookies later on, Jonathan Mingo's name is going to be said a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Ricky A. said he loves your jersey.
Thank you, Ricky.
Even though it's a McDonald's University jersey.
It is not. This is official 1980s practice jersey.
Ba-da-da-da-da. I'm loving it. Chauncey Major, is Dameon Pierce still a weekly play? Yes, but it's I don't love that they keep adding running backs. We have one of these.
I'm your huckleberry.
From Patrick Holt. He said, foosball is the devil.
That it is, because it will absolutely drive you nanners.
See,
Then we could spend 6 hours, as we're going to do today, talking about all of these rankings and all of our prognostications in the first 2 weeks of the season. We're going to go, oh, fuck, we messed that up.
I can't imitate Bobby Boucher's mother. I can't imitate his father.
Do it.
Bobby, it's me, your daddy. I seen you on the ESPN when they was talking about you getting drafted to the NFL.
How you make I'd do that. I
It's
can't.
called having a lazy eye, dickhead. It's not. I don't make it do it. It's called looking the fuck up.
It just immediately cocks to the side when he wants to go up.
Here's the thing. Everybody goes, how you do that? Jeremy doing Bobby Boucher's dad. Jeremy looking straight up.
It's all the same.
It's all the same shit.
See, I was impressed because I thought you were,
No, that was one of those.
Ambidextrial or whatever.
That's one of those where God went, I'm going to give you a talent.
The first
It's
person.
going to screw up much of your life, but it will be funny for this one little thing.
You're the first person that I've ever known who's been amphibious in their eyeballs.
Yeah. Amphibious. I'm ambidextrous. It goes, woo!
Anyhow, let's take a break here.
Hello, we still got more questions.
Well, I mean, okay, hurry.
I'm trying.
I'm going to piss myself if you don't hurry.
Frankly, that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
Let's see. No, stop. Armchair. Why? No, stop. Let's see.
Good for you, Tim.
Jason Trump said, tell me why why Tank never wins fantasy football. Got it. Is ETN a good running back too? We'll talk running backs in the last hour of this, but yeah, I do have ETN in the top 24.
I feel like he's a high end too.
I don't have him as a high end two, but he is a two for me. Captain obviously is changing his ringtone decline to Tank's okay. That's pretty funny.
Okay.
Crazy Blade, which rookie quarterback you're more excited to see this preseason? For me, it's probably Stroud because I don't think you're going to gain much from – I don't think you're going to see much of Bryce Young. He ran with the ones all day yesterday and looked very crisp. So I would say you see more of him in the regular season. Stroud is the one that has been really inconsistent. So that would be my answer. Is yours the same?
Yeah.
And plus, in the preseason, you're not going to see them let Anthony Richardson just go, boop, boop. He's going to try to throw, and it's going to look like two drunk hobos fighting over a piece of cheese. The value for what? Oh, that's not a question. Jason Trump said my work productivity just went in the sheeter. We're good for that. Let's see. Satisfied Browns fan asked, when are we going on Sleeper? That will be in the, well, now, I was going to say it'll now be in the next hour in the 2 o'clock
2 o'clock hour.
You asked the DNA tooth question. I know there's another question because I saw Tyson Carter asked, any thoughts on Jacobs and Jonathan Taylor? I'm avoiding both like they're on fire.
Yeah.
Currently. That's also why I say you should not be drafting fantasy football leagues on August 10th. And yet, I've still had like 10 people say, hey, I'm in the middle of my draft. Who should I take? A better commissioner. Because you shouldn't be drafting a fantasy football league 4 weeks before 1 to 2 teams have played a preseason game. I like both talent. I don't know how it's going to go.
Right.
Hey, here's Colin. I finally got back to where Colin told me we had 20 unanswered questions, so we're getting close. Kevin the PRF, Dotson with a full season, could he be a Waddle 2.0? I think that's a little high, but I like him a lot. I do. I probably have Jahan Dotson markedly higher than you do.
Yes.
We're only putting out our top.
Wouldn't be on my radar.
Well, we're only putting out the top 25 today, so he is past that, but he ain't far past that. Washington raves about him.
Mm-hmm. I don't know that I believe anything that comes out of Washington.
I don't know that you should unless it comes out of Ron Rivera's mouth because he has no filter.
Boo-boo kidding. Yeah, you did.
Oh, I screwed up bad.
Yeah, you did, Ron.
Yeah, you sure did. Tim Raymond said, so that's what Amy sees every night. There's a reason we do it with the lights off. That's for her benefit, not mine, I promise. And then a lot of people laughing at that. And now we're back to caught up.
Wait, bigger bust this year, Jonathan Taylor or Derrick Henry? Jonathan Taylor.
I don't know.
At this point, I'm at Jonathan Taylor.
I can't answer that yet. If Jonathan Taylor comes back to camp, I think he will be fine. I just don't know that he's going to do that.
Right. I don't believe that the relationship is mendable. I really don't. I think that bridge has been burned, and I don't know what that looks like.
I don't know.
But Jonathan Taylor, I feel like, is done with the Indianapolis Colts. And I don't know that he'll return.
You very well could be right.
I don't know that you'll ever see him take another snap in that jersey. I hope so. What?
Anybody that is listening to this stream that wants to sign up for the Battle for the Belt so I can put your name on the next screen, that'd be awesome because now we're going to take our break at the hour and a half mark. So if you want to do that in the break, I might make it in bolder letters or something just for cutting something out so I don't have to do it while we're talking. But we'll take, 5-ish, 10 minutes here?
Yep, at 5-ish, yeah.
Well, I mean, all I got to do is smoke cigarettes. You got to, get a cup of coffee and play with your...
It doesn't take long.
Play with the little tanker. And
doesn't take long.
All right, then.
I'm used to taking Fox News breaks at the top of the hour. I got 3 minutes. I'll be right back. It is the Sportsocracy, and of course, you can, if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. The links to our fantasy contest for the year are in the description of this video. Also, find all of them on the front page of our website, thesportsocracy.com. The Battle for the Belt 2. It's double the flavor. Double the fun.
Oh, and
with 2 belts this year instead of 1.
This may actually be a 10-minute break because we got to get armchair commentary set up. Who will join us for the next segment?
Oh, all right. Let's go. It's fantasy football season. We'll be right back.
Sportsocracy.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
All right, hopefully we've got all of the boxes filled properly.
I hate electronics with every fiber of my soul.
And welcome back into the Sportsocracies, of course, the fantasy football quarter marathon, 6 hours. Right here, we do have to stop down every now and then and take a little break, but we are ready and raring to go here with David Smith of Armchair Commentary, the Canadan of the Mullet Man Canadan and the Georgia Fan fantasy football syllabus guide. What are we calling this? Corporate armchair? Yeah, you got the nice little button-up shirt going on there, looking very dapper.
It's grossly overrated.
Looking
all
like
I can do.
looking like Matt Patricia selling insurance somewhere.
No. Pat Matricia wishes he could look like this.
All right, if you are, if you're not brand new to the program, you all know Armchair Commentary. He is our third every Sunday during the fantasy football show because he's really good at it. Jeremy's really good at it, and then I'm the ringtone guy. Okay. It's good. It's good to know.
Okay.
Good to know that's how you feel. Welcome in, David, and give us your thoughts on what everyone is going to experience with your selections in the fantasy guide.
I'm a little bit different than what Jeremy brings to the table for sure. But we're both, I think, of the same mind that we have strategies to win. I don't get sucked into Tank, I could have jumped through the screen. You're talking about how when there's a run on wide receivers, you're going to get ready to go. No, stop it. You don't have to change everything you're doing because some jabroni loves Justin Tucker. There's always that one guy. Also, stop playing in leagues with kickers. They're not people. So I think that I bring a ton of DFS with me. I've been playing DFS for ages, since the inception, since its legality became everywhere, at least in Canada. And I have a little bit of a different take on some of the, my Justin Fields isn't as high as Jeremy's, but I've I got the northern touch here. We'll see what happens.
All right, fair enough. Who that we've talked about who do you think we've been most wrong on so far?
I don't know if you've been wrong, but you're wrong on Kirk Cousins always. There's two people that you Tank, you hate Derek Carr. You hate him. Unjustifiably, you just hate him. And you don't like Kirk Cousins, MVP Kirk Cousins. He's consistent. And Jeremy's absolutely right. He's never going to kill you, but he's never going to win you a championship.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not as high on Justin Fields, even though he is absolutely boom potential. The guy can absolutely throw it up. I am much higher on. I don't know if I'm much higher on anybody. I'm not high on Deshaun Watson. I don't think Deshaun Watson is it at all. I don't like a thing that I see. I'm about halfway with Aaron Rodgers. I think that that's a defensive team. The Jets are Breece Hall coming back. I'm up on Breece Hall.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that the Jets are going to be a run team first. And Aaron Rodgers is just efficient. He's always been efficient. And everybody forgets that he can throw 17 times a game and still get 250 yards and 2 tutties because not missing a ton.
Right.
And he does it when he needs to.
Okay. So where would you be comfortable taking him?
I have him. Aaron Rodgers, I have him right in the middle. I'm in the middle of the pack. Anywhere from 14 to 20, I think, is where I'd touch Aaron Rodgers.
All right.
I tried to touch Aaron Rodgers yesterday. They wouldn't let me.
How'd that go?
It didn't go well for me.
Did you get mobbed?
Scurry.
I offered.
You offered what?
Just anything he wanted.
Anything. that is gross.
I think the guy that people are missing all out on right now, and people are going to think I'm nuts, is Danny Dimes.
I don't think you're
Jones
nuts. I think a lot of people are too low on him.
I think that I don't have him super high in my rankings, but I think that he's going to have a year. I think that this is going to be a great fantasy football year for Daniel Jones. And every time we say a guy is going to be great, I think it's important to remember that we're talking about fantasy football and not real life football. So I don't think the Bears are going to win any championships, but Justin Fields is pretty good at fantasy football. Mm-hmm. He's not a real life quarterback. He's an RB1 with an arm.
That's a good way.
And he's going to score you points. I really like Daniel Jones this season. I think that people always sleep on him because he had, the fumbleitis for a while, and now he doesn't. Mm-hmm. Plus, Darren Waller is a big help. That's a really nice piece to add to an offense. And Saquon's out for blood. Period. End of message. Repeat the line.
How much
Saquon is going to want to get paid. I think that you're going to see MVP Barkley this season. I know you're not talking running backs till later, but
right.
MVP Barkley.
Okay, all right. Let's look at the chat here because we've been asked a couple of questions here.
There were a lot of takes on Rushman's profile picture and what professional armchair looks like.
Is he getting a Blumpkin? What is that?
Everybody can somehow. I have the biggest screen and it's the smallest version of that. I can't see it.
I just heard something about sitting on the toilet. I'm like,
it looks, to be honest with you, with how little it is on my screen, it looks like the crook of somebody's arm and a chicken's head popping out of it. That's all I can see.
Yeah, I don't know that that's it. I don't think he's going around choking chickens, but maybe you are. Maybe you are. If you'll post pictures of yourself on the toilet, maybe you will.
I posted a lot of weird pictures of myself on OnlyFans,
and nobody bought them.
Nope. I always said that's got to be the saddest person on the planet. The guy who does weird butthole things and nobody subscribes.
Good Lord.
Oh, I have a new stand-up bit about that. Just so we're clear.
Yep.
Still got to come up with a name for the next stand-up bit. As apparently I tried to name the new one what I named the last one.
That you did.
That's because I'm a dumb one.
That you did. Let's see here. Captain Obvious said he's got to go to work, but he left us with two questions. Would Debo be better as a wide receiver or a flex position if I already have Justin Jefferson and Chris Olave? So would Debo be a better wide receiver or a flex if he's already starting Justin Jefferson and Chris Olave? Does it matter whether you put him in the wide receiver slot or in the flex spot?
The flex is the place you leave open in case you have to make changes. I'd probably have Debo in over Olave and then play the flex. I'm not moving Jefferson for anything except for injury. I don't know about you, Jeremy. The flex is you need to give yourself the positional awareness and the opportunity, flexibility. It's there for the reason of you never start someone in there. I just don't know if you're throwing someone in the flex for the fuck of it,
I play in a lot of super flex leagues, so I've come to be a big fan of that. I like kooky scoring systems.
Just because you like the big numbers? You like seeing scores of 300 to 280?
No, I like a different challenge than, it's 1 point per catch, and you get 1/10 of a point for every yard. I've done this shit for a long time. Okay, got a lot of belts, got a lot of trophies, got a lot of all that. So you give me something different, and I'm a big fan of it. So. I do. I just like kooky scoring systems.
Yeah.
In terms of you're asking me a question about the flex. For me, I play like a DFS player. My flex is whoever the last one to play is, to give me ultimate flexibility. Tank just shit his pants.
I turned the microphone off so you couldn't hear it.
Yeah, but
you could hear it because you were in the same room. Jeez,
yeah,
just call me out like that.
Yeah, but you did that Peter Griffin thing where your face gave you away.
Well, I was trying not to. Anywho. Good Lord. Other questions here. Also start AR-15 or Justin Fields week 1.
Oh, Justin Fields.
Justin Fields.
I wouldn't start a rookie week 1 under any circumstance.
I'm not totally against it. I'm really not.
Really?
No. I mean, it depends on who they play. You get some good matchup with somebody that doesn't throw the ball particularly well, he might run for 200 friggin' yards. Just depends. I haven't looked. I mean, I've looked at their schedule, but I don't remember who it is off the top of my head.
Is there ever a point, armchair, where you would start a rookie quarterback in week 1?
If the rest of my team was stacked and I didn't draft, I drafted a rookie QB. I mean, look, situationally, it has to make sense. You have to have the right matchup, the right call. If it's rookie week 1, it's probably like 15 plays scripted off the jump, and then the rest of it is going to likely be your check down handoff game. Get the rookie acclimated, get hit in the mouth a couple of times, try your best not to throw 100 pick sixes and get out of it, and survive the game more than excel at the game. There's not everybody that comes in, and it's usually when we see rookies come in, it's either an injury's happened and they're being like thrust into the position, or it's a team that has no possible hope and they drafted a rookie and here they are. Like your Buccaneers right now, except Kyle Trask for some reason, or Baker Mayfield.
Yeah. It's gonna be.
Don't understand either of those, but anyway, you got options. So early on, I think it's going to be scripted. I think it's going to be a lot of check downs. I think it's going to be a lot of screen to the running back. So I don't see as far as PPR goes, it's not a lot of upside. You're going to get guys like Justin Fields, like Anthony Richardson, who are electric talent, very athletic and able to do things that other people can't do at the quarterback. If we're talking pocket passer, I'm avoiding it. If we're talking someone who's got some like crazy upside, sure, I'll throw a flyer in there. I'll definitely throw a DFS flyer out there, depending on how chalky it is. I'll absolutely take the ceiling over the floor in DFS.
Okay. Points for Danny Finn's fan, who says it's not football season until the first sight of Mr. David Smith.
Correct.
I would agree with that. Been away way too long.
Way too long.
Also, there was a comment made about stop playing in leagues with kickers. Jeremy, I'm sure you said that. Kevin Vick says, I've literally won games with kickers who outscore wide receivers. So he does not subscribe to the no kickers.
Yeah, I mean,
why?
And I once picked up a girl at a gas station. It doesn't mean I show up in my best Friday night attire.
Okay, look. So there's two positions I hate in PPR fantasy football. It's defense and kickers. And people that say I've won my league because of kicker X, sure, because they're available and they're in your league. I would rather have a super flex or another wide receiver or a wide receiver, running back, tight end spot, or anything else that makes me actually have to think and use a brain to go, I need to play this strategy, instead of going, well, they're probably not going to score a bunch, but they're going to get in field goal range. Like the Patriots are in field goal range on every drive. You know why? Because that's what Belichick wants to do. It's great for actual football, and kickers are super important in the game, and special teams are important. But when it comes to fantasy, it is abject trash. It is a flip of a coin. Your kicker could get you. Rob Baronis once kicked, I think, 5 field goals in a game, and they were like, a bunch of them were over 40 yards, and he got a ton of fantasy points, and it was amazing. Tell me the next year that you're drafting Rob Baronis with a straight face. Really? Get him out of there. Defense is the same way. I'm fine with defense in DFS It's usually a flip of a coin. You're trying to get some. You're just trying not to hemorrhage points,
Right.
And on the defense, you just don't want to give up a ton. I hate it. I'll leave it in if someone's really objecting to it. But at the end of the day, I'm strictly give me a super flex. Give me another wide receiver. Make me pick a wide receiver 4 that's got to get me some points instead of a kicker that I was like, oh, I know he's going to get me 12. Cool. 12 points. I'm so happy.
Right. You have a question for Armchair?
Jeremy's awfully
there,
quiet.
Jeremy? He's sitting over there just minding his own business.
I was reading through we got a bunch of questions in the YouTube chat. So, and we have one of these.
One.
Oh, and we have one of these.
I'm your huckleberry.
From another Canadan, Gage Camplin. Thoughts, half-point PPR, Lamar, Robinson, Henry, Brown, first 4 rounds. Looks pretty formidable to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm guessing that's Bijan Robinson. You got
would
Bijan
assume
Robinson
so.
in the second round.
Yeah, if it's
hope so.
Allen Robinson, you really fucked this up.
So you went. He would have had to have gone Robinson, then Henry, then Lamar and Brown. The first 4 rounds.
I would say it's probably Robinson, Brown, Henry, Lamar would be my thought.
Okay. It's not a terrible start.
If it's Brian Robinson, that's also bad.
Just because you did it too high, not because I don't already love him, because I do.
Sure.
He can catch passes now.
And that's a plus.
100%.
Mm-hmm. Everybody
Catching
wants
passes.
Everybody wants the PPR running back, especially in that Eric Bieniemy system. Problem is, I don't know what to believe coming out of that office.
All right, Chauncey Major asked us a question. Start flex bench, Elijah Moore, Brandon Cooks, Rashid Shaheed, and Zay Flowers. Now, you're going to play those week by week, but your best one to me is probably I feel like all 4 of those dudes are in like the same boat.
Very
I like
dependent.
I like them
right,
all.
but very dependent on the matchup.
Matchup helps.
And none of them are – I don't believe any of them are ones.
No, none of them are ones. It's like my dating record before I met Amy. It's some formidable 3s.
Yeah.
One of which once got picked up at a gas station. Let's go.
But that's the problem. You're doing 3 wide receivers, and you got
that particular night. I was doing some really weird shit, but it wasn't 3 wide receivers.
I hope to God you got like the top, like 5 of the top 10 running backs.
Oh yeah,
out of this.
That strikes me as I went aggressive on. I went aggressive at running back and throw a bunch of darts.
Mm-hmm.
Which there's nothing wrong with that.
All right, so start, flex, bench. I'd bench Zay Flowers because I'm not sure what you're going to see from him to start.
I don't know that I agree with you.
Really?
God, Baltimore talk. Every person from Baltimore talks about how he is indefensible at camp. And yes, sometimes that's bullshit.
I was going to say, well, would you trust that week 1 coming out the gate?
It depends. He's somebody I would be looking for at least a handful of reps in the preseason. If he didn't play, it would make me like him more.
Mm-hmm. I think of those guys, I would probably go Elijah Moore start.
Yes. Shaheed, I need there to be no Michael Thomas.
Okay.
With no Michael Thomas, I really like it.
Yeah. Do you disagree with anything we're saying, Armchair, about these 4 guys?
No. This is pretty straightforward.
Rushman did say, so the pick, to clear things up, is my 100 megaton bicep. Rushmania running wild all over the FFL landscape.
100%. I mean, that's a Hulkamania reference, and those are all welcome here.
Other fantasy questions in the chat? Not seeing Not seeing any at the moment.
All right, so this would be, I believe, a good time to ask David Smith, your favorite sleeper of this year is who?
Ooh. God. It might be Jahan Dotson.
I do love me some Jahan Dotson.
It might be Jahan Dotson. Breece Hall is up there. Man. So Breece Hall, I don't know if you count as a sleeper because he was a breakout until he got hurt. And then but now everybody's afraid of the repaired, what do you have? ACL, MCL?
ACL.
Yeah. So I get it. But he's young. So I feel like he should have a good bounce back, and they're going to run a ton. They're just going to run a ton. I think that Jahan Dotson was a cheat code last year in fantasy. And I think that people forgot about him. DraftKings forgot about him for like 4 weeks. Mm-hmm. He was like priced at like $3,200 or something like that for like 3 or 4 weeks in a row, and was putting up, 17s and 18s. I like Dotson a lot. Dotson's probably my sleeper to go with. I also am gonna just say that Breece Hall is keep an eye on Breece Hall.
He looked really good yesterday. He was standing right in front of me. I really wanted to see him run just once or twice, but he did not.
No, you're not taking that chance.
Also, I don't know how you guys feel about. How are you feeling about Javonte Williams?
I am iffy about it because I keep hearing that the recovery has taken so long. That he was supposed to be ready to go at the beginning of camp, and apparently now they're saying it's still going to be a couple of weeks before he's ready. Now he could be back before the start of the season, but I don't know. I just feel like you've had enough time.
Well,
you should be back by now.
Well, you're just having to take a hell of a dart throw on him. And right now he's going to the beginning of the 5th round. That's too rich for me.
It's too high.
I can't do it.
Yeah, I can't take that big of a question mark.
I can't do it, and I'll tie it into a question that was asked by Bob Brown. Right now, Javonte Williams is going ahead of DeAndre Swift. I can't get there. Mm-mm. I mean, I think Swift is going to be fantastic in Philadelphia. It's going to be a gross split because that's what Philadelphia does. But if you put a gun to my head and made me draft a Philadelphia running back, it'd be DeAndre Swift.
Absolutely.
And I'm
high on DeAndre this year.
I am not as high as you are, but I mean, in terms of Javonte Williams, right now he's going in front of Isaiah Pacheco. I can't get there. I can't get there on Kamara, of which Kamara has jumped up a bit, but now they're like neck and neck. He's going ahead of Brian Robinson, A.J. Dillon, and I'm just not sure he's ready. I'm not sure he's going to be healthy.
Right.
I'm going to take a running back that's going to get a bigger workload over someone that's in a no doubt 50-50 split. First,
so you think that's a split regardless?
I think that in Philadelphia they don't know how to use a running back to save their lives for fantasy.
Agreed.
I think for football they know what they're doing. I think that the team is good. I think that they're an excellent team. But I think that Miles Sanders was far and above the most talented back on that team, and they utilized him, I don't know, 75% of the use that they could have gotten out of him. So that worries me in Philadelphia. I don't love what Swift brings there. Is he he's fine. He's fine. I wouldn't be against picking Swift. And that's not to say that I think he's bad. I look at Williams and I go, is it a dart throw? Yes. Would I take him at 5? In 5? No. I'd take him back end of 7.
That's getting closer. Now we're into more lottery ticket range.
I think that he's a stash. I think he's a stash. If somebody else wants to take the risk, have at it.
Yeah, I can't pour high capital into a guy that I don't know, first off, if he's going to be healthy, and second off, I don't know what that split's going to look like. Because Samaje Perine came over for a reason, right? Sean Payton saw something that he could use in Samaje Perine, and there's a lot of chucking it to, dumping it off to running backs in that Sean Payton system. And I don't know that that's going to be Javonte.
I don't love Perine. No, I think that's a tight end dump off. I don't think that's going to be a running back dump off.
Yeah, I can't figure out what to
Denver's
do.
Interesting.
I can't figure out what to do with Perine either.
No. When has Perine ever given you the warm fuzzies?
Well, I mean, that's the thing. You could be getting let's say Javonte Williams is as far behind in the recovery as it seems to be. So you got an RB1 for, 6 weeks?
Maybe.
And you're getting him in the hundreds?
Mm-hmm. He's got to be a top handcuff. I mean, A.J. Dillon would have to be high on that list, but I'm going Samaje Perine when I'm getting into those later rounds, those double-digit rounds, thinking, there's a chance. There's a chance that Samaje could be good.
I mean, he's going right there where the Chicago running backs are. That three-headed gross fest of Roschon Johnson and Deontay Foreman,
Khalil Herbert.
I don't want to put him in the gross fest because he's the one that should be the starting running back.
He should be.
Let's just see if Matt Eberflus is smart enough to figure that out.
But come on, you're warming up to the Eberflus. You told us.
I mean, it's fine. It's okay. Get it.
I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of risk there. There's a bunch of guys that I don't love that I still have ranked at reasonable positions, but I like, similar to you, Jeremy, I don't drafts, and I don't want to get too deep into running back. I know you guys have running back coming later on, but yeah, there's some positions there where I'm avoiding. And if you want to find out about that, you can join the Discord, join the Battle of the Belt, get your entry in, and you can get access to all that gated content, including chatting with me and Jeremy and Mr. Tank here. Find out who I don't want to touch, and why I don't want to be anywhere near them.
Tank will give some lovely nacho cheese advice in between the fantasy football things.
Nacho cheese.
You got a good nice, queso recipe.
A little queso recipe. It's a perfect chip dip. No, he's way smarter than he gives himself credit for.
Yes, he is.
Except when he gets things in his head, like Mike Evans is going to go for 1,700 yards and 22 touchdowns.
I never said that.
Can we talk about Tampa's offense?
Sure.
I mean,
they don't have one.
Yeah, I can. No doubt, I can explain Tampa Bay's offense in one sentence.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be like your frat boy friend that couldn't get laid in a whorehouse if he had his wiener wrapped in hundreds. Ta-da! Tampa Bay Succaneers! Fire them cannons at my face!
I think Chris Godwin's going to get volume.
Running
as long as he's healthy, he'll get volume.
Who?
You got to check it down somewhere.
Godwin.
Not like they're heaving it deep to Mike Evans.
I don't like any of it. I really
don't.
No,
I don't like any of it either. But I'm just saying, you're the guy there. If you're looking for a volume pick in PPR, Chris Godwin. He'll get 7 catches a game. It'll be because they're down 30 and they can't move the ball more than 6 yards at a time.
Kevin Vick said, can we talk about Tampa's offense? Can we talk about it again?
Yeah.
And what am I doing here?
Boom. Bill Bootycheeks asked Armchair, who are you looking forward to seeing play tonight?
No one. Are we
nothing?
Okay?
Don't want to see the legend of Bailey Zapp.
Okay, can we? God, I am a Patriots fan, but I am a real diehard Pats fan, and I accept when the team is Bill Bootycheeks, and I accept when the team has won championships. Bailey Zappi, Zap, whatever the fuck you want to call him, is Mac Jones light. They're the same guy in a lot of ways. And anyone that thinks that Zappi is like somehow the second coming of Brady has had one too many Samuel Adams. There's one too many your cousin from Boston. I don't think that there's a quarterback on that team that is going to get them anywhere that they need to be. I think they're going to be competitive because Bills defenses are always competitive. I think Ramondre is the only weapon that we have. And I wrote in my notes when I sent my list to Jeremy, let me have this. He's the only guy. Just give me that. That's it. I don't get warm and fuzzy about Juju, though I think he's a slight upgrade over Jacoby Myers. I am not like Tyquan Thornton. I want to see him run real fast. He
does that real well.
He's real good at that. Look.
Now, if somebody could teach him to catch a football, that would be
not going to happen. It's the preseason under Belichick, and that means that we're going to see 90 guys come in and out of this lineup, and 45 of them will be cut tomorrow with 35 more signings of guys who you've heard of from like the 2006 Pro Bowl roster that are going to try and make the team. It doesn't matter. It's whose line is it anyway? The names are made up and the points don't matter. That's the preseason with Bill. None of it matters. None of it matters. Week 1 matters, and I'll be curious to see what the offense looks like coming into week 1 because it's got to be better than what old Pat Matricia put forward. But I'll watch because I'm a fan and I want to see things go okay. But I don't think anything that happens tonight is indicative of anything that's going to happen week 1. And I would venture to say that 30% of the roster will be turned over by the time they get to week 1 because that's what Bill does.
Have I ever told you my fun Bill Belichick story?
Maybe, but tell me.
The time Bill Belichick cost me a shitload of money on a preseason game. Bill usually puts about as much stock into a preseason game as I do what color belt I'm going to wear today. And Philadelphia, I feel like this was 2 or 3 years ago. It was Ramondre's rookie year. And they come out and just stuff cock down their throats for 3 hours and wouldn't stop doing it. Cost me a small fortune. It's the most I've ever lost on a preseason game.
And when Bill came into the press conference after, he said, that was a fun game.
I saw somebody make a big wager on a preseason game, so I hope that guy threw himself in front of a train. That was my goal.
Probably a dumbass Jets fan betting on preseason football.
That was my
I'm
goal.
happy to do it for him.
It doesn't matter. So, like, yeah, will I watch it? Of course, because it's still my team, and I still want to see them do well. I don't have high hopes for the season. I think they're going to be perfectly average for forever. And, yeah, I got to see a bunch of championships, so I'm good. It is what it is. People keep talking like I didn't get to see 6 rings. So, DX says suck it.
Absolutely. I kind of feel the same way about my team, even though we don't have 6 rings, obviously, nowhere close to 6 rings. But I feel pretty good about,
Jeremy's time's coming.
And I hope so. I keep saying
one of these next 3 years with Aaron Rodgers it's gonna happen.
No, you don't. You don't hope that's coming. You're a lying bastard. Because Tank knows exactly how that will go. I will go from the most insufferable man in Buncombe County to the most insufferable man on the planet Earth. And it will happen instantaneously.
It is going to make it tougher on all of us. We've been asked several times already in the YouTube comments here to talk about Joe Burrow. Old Joe Burrow, he's dealing with an injury again. And now yesterday, Zach Taylor came out and said, hey, you remember that time? You remember when I said it was going to be several weeks? Well, it's several weeks from when I said that. So does that mean more time, or does that mean we're just not there yet? I don't know how to interpret that. Is it several weeks from now?
He said it was several weeks from when it was several weeks ago.
It's going to take more time.
Oh, no. Stop it.
What was that?
I was trying to pay the I remember thing. I hit the wrong button because I'm a big, dumb animal.
It will be several weeks from when I said several weeks. To me, that's just coach dodging. It's still several weeks from when I told you. So that could mean nothing has happened. That could mean there is no setback. That it's just, I told you several weeks. We're not there yet. Several weeks from when I said.
And basically Cincinnati media just...
Where did you have Burrow ranked again?
Let's see. He had him at 6.
Yep.
Okay.
And I think I pushed him down to 7.
I have him at 5. I still have him at 5.
Yeah, I don't care. None of this changes jack squat.
None of this changes anything for me. He'll be fine. I think that at this point, saying this is more just feeding the media machine and letting his quarterback heal.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I do.
I'm not.
I do have a curiosity of what that's done to the line of winning the AFC North. I haven't looked at that.
I would
today.
doubt it's moved it much.
I would say you might be smoking crack.
Really?
I won't be shocked if they're not the favorite anymore. It's moved it not quite as much as I thought. Baltimore's right on their heels. Which is now Cleveland's further down than they were. God, I'm gonna have to bet Cleveland again. Jesus Christ. How much money am I having Cleveland before this is all said and done?
Yeah. I mean, I remember when what was it? Jamar? Jamar was the one that said, "I don't want him there for week 1. We don't need him. What we need him for is the long haul. I don't need him to start the season." Of course, all the Cleveland Browns fans, because that's who they open the season against. So you don't want to give us that game. Look, I like your team, but hold your damn horses a little bit.
Rob Johnson asked where Ezekiel Elliott's going to end up. The Jets rumor has resurfaced again, so that's still a possibility. Other than that, I heard Cincinnati for a minute. I heard Philadelphia for a minute, and I have not heard another team.
No. I don't know that Ezekiel will just take any old job.
Oh, I do.
Do you? He'll go sign
He's
up right
aging
now
like
to go play for the Houston Texans if they call him.
Okay, that's not any old offer. That's the worst team in the freaking league.
That's what I'm saying, but he's not going to play for them. I don't think
so there's one team
I don't think he'll
would
go play for Tampa. He wouldn't go play for a bunch of teams.
Tampa was another one that I heard for a minute, and that one wouldn't shock me in the least.
I feel like he's got to be at that stage in his career where he wants to win something. Of course, if I was him, that's where I would be.
He's 28. So
I'll take whatever I need to go play for a winning team.
Yeah, he's 28, so he wants to play, and he will play somewhere. I just don't know where.
Mm-hmm.
Gage Camplin asked Javonte Williams or Debo. For me, that's Debo, and it's not
Debo.
particularly close.
As a heads up, Bleacher Report has Zeke is being pursued by the Jets, Dem Boys, and the Patriots, all as highly interested.
Well, we got fans of 2 of those teams sitting here. So let me see if Armchair and I have the same response. On 3, your response that your team is highly interested in Ezekiel Elliott. 1, 2, 3.
God,
Yay. Yay.
He just went full no.
No. Oink.
No, thanks. Would that be a Belichick signing if there ever was one?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh, totally.
Just to back up
Yeah.
Ramondre.
just to back up Pierre Strong. And I know you're
Is
making
that a thing? Pierre Strong's a thing now?
Do you know Bill Belichick? What do you mean, is that a thing? Look at that running back room. Look at that depth chart, and you tell me where you think that Bill is thinking right now. He's thinking that he's going into the season without them. So, yeah, Pierre Strong's a thing. He's not a run the tackles guy, but he's all right. Ramondre's the bell cow there. He's just the bell cow, and he's trying to do everything. He learned catching from, I think he talked to James White, which makes a ton of sense because he's a great pass catcher. So we'll see. I'm not expecting it. I'm expecting Zeke to sign probably with Dallas, although apparently the Niners had interest as well. Apparently. Dalvin Cook is still sitting out there.
And he pissed off the Jets, so I'm not sure that they're going to be a.
What did he say to the Jets?
Nah, he ran his mouth, or his trainer ran his mouth. We don't know that Dalvin actually said anything, but his trainer was like, "Oh, Jet fans will be disappointed about how Dalvin feels." Well, this Jet wouldn't. This Jet goes, "You know what? You just take your happy ass wherever you want to. I don't."
Do you want Dalvin Cook at this point, though?
No. No.
Not even for security.
Also no, I don't know. Dalvin Cook is a great. This is what happens. Dalvin Cook was fantastic for the Vikings, and then he started on his on the down, or he's about to hit the down. Like Derrick Henry's probably about there, and running backs have a shelf life, and it's limited. And they said, "Nah, we're good.
We're good.
We'll take the lesser used tires on Alexander Madison, and we'll just go with that and whatever Kirk Cousins and Jefferson do." So I don't know if I love Cook on either of those teams. Miami, for some reason, wanted him, and I could see that. That works. They have a weird mishmash of backs with Mostert and Jeff Wilson and other guys. So
Bob Brown says Zeke's going to eat, and he eats a lot, and he'll take any job.
Yes. Zeke needs somebody to pay that grocery bill, and for all those crop top shirts that are sweet.
Rob Johnson says Odds Checker has the Chargers as the favorite right now for Ezekiel Elliott.
Yeah, I don't.
You've been saying forever they need the between the tackles guy.
I mean, and they do.
They do. They do.
Is it
he doesn't
the guy
have
that averaged 3.5 yards a carry with a good line last year?
Is Kellen Moore going to look at him and go, "Yeah, I need him to make this work"?
That's why they're saying that. It's the Kellen Moore thing. Hey, they know each other. I bet he wants him. Or let me look at this from a different point of view. He knows him, which means he's telling everybody in that front office to stay the hell away from him.
Maybe. But I would think if anybody could convince Ezekiel to come and be the goal line back for a potential championship team, it might be Kellen. I don't know what that personal relationship's like, but he did kind of end up being the vulture of the Dallas Cowboys last year.
Yeah, but so was Jerome Bettis. Is that what they need? They need a guy that can just punch it in?
For that team?
I don't know.
They need someone that can actually make hay between the tackles.
Yeah, they need someone that can gain 4.5 yards a carry consistently.
Yeah.
All right, we've got a slew of questions. Armchair, how long do we have you?
I'm good for another half hour.
Sweet. We'll take our next break at that point.
All right, and so the draft will be coming up in the 3 o'clock hour.
Yes. And we will anybody that can draft with us at 3 o'clock. Just throw your what is it in Sleeper? How do we have to send the invites there? Oh, no, we put the link to the draft in the chat, and then they go in there. Okay, we'll put that up at 3 o'clock on the nose. So I'll set that up right now.
And it'll be we'll do that first come, first serve basis. hopefully Stephen Towle will be home by then. I saw he said that he was going to be home probably around 3 o'clock, and he'd be able to participate in a draft with us. So, yeah, that'll be coming up in a minute. While we've got Armchair on here, let's get as many opinions about as many different guys as we can. Randy Miller, here's another one about Amon St. Brown. This is constantly going inside the top 11 in PPR drafts.
It's too high for me.
Way too high for me.
It's just too high for me. Good to have you, Randy Miller, by the way. That's a new name that I don't know that I've ever heard. If I have, I'm a big dumb animal and I forget shit easily, so I apologize.
I have him on at 11.
Overall?
At 11. Overall.
Wow. That's...
For wide receivers. Sorry, for wide receivers.
Okay.
My 11th
I think
he's
talking
talking
11 overall.
11th overall? No.
Yes.
No chance. No.
That's where it gets that's where it gets.
Yeah, if you're just talking
Amonra's
position
my 11th,
breakdown.
11th best wide receiver. Like Jefferson and Chase and Hill and Diggs and Kupp and Wilson and Devontae and CD and AJ, all those guys are above him.
I have him in
tons of guys above
10.
him. I think the Lions regress this year, but that's just me.
To me, that's a spicy take because everybody's on the other side of that.
That's why it's not a spicy take to me.
What makes you think the Lions I know we got questions and we'll get to them, but what I look at the Lions and I go, no, you didn't do anything to get like super improved. They didn't do anything to make me feel warm and fuzzy about the team. Other teams in the division are better. Minnesota's still solid. So they're not there. The only team that got worse was Green Bay, and only by subtraction of Aaron Rodgers. So that's it. So that's the only thing that's changed division-wise. The other teams are better. I think they're a 9-8 team.
That's about where I'm at. They might be a little better.
Yeah,
I'm higher on the Bears.
I got them at 10. I got them at 10-7, and I don't think anybody else is. I think the rest of them are going to be behind them. I got them winning that division at 10-7.
I think they probably win the division. I just think people are losing their minds on them. All right, so go back to Colin Greene. He asked Jahan Dotson or Pickens. My answer on that is I would agree it's Dotson. Go questions down from there. I forgot you got to set up a sleeper mock draft on your friggin' phone.
Yes.
Which is sleeper. Okay, can we get our shit right, please? Give me a website I can use.
It's still the best app.
You're right, and it's not even really all that close, but that's still annoying.
No, we still need more features. Come on, Sleeper.
I just need to be able to set up a mock draft on a freaking computer. Why is that so hard?
Who asked that question?
Colin Greene.
Colin Greene. I'm trying to find it on my screen.
You got to scroll up a ways.
Okay, I see it now. All right, Dotson or Pickens. I don't know what to make of Washington, and honestly, I like Jahan Dotson, and he obviously had some weeks last year where you went, oh, there's something there, but I just don't know. He hasn't really been on my radar in drafts.
Oh, he's always on my radar.
Same.
I think it's the last name that I still have shell shock from the last Dotson that I took in a draft.
That was Dotson.
Yeah, that didn't work out well.
Had a C in it.
Yeah, that didn't work out well for me. What was that guy's name?
It's easy to remember because he sucks.
Yeah, what was that guy's name?
Josh Dotson.
Josh Dotson. Yeah.
Yeah, he was very bad at football.
2 straight seasons been burnt by Darren Waller. Should we be feeling different about Darren?
I would say so, yes.
Yeah.
Do we think his circumstances have just changed, or he's just fully healthy?
Name me the receiver for the New York Giants that's better than him. He's the one. Now, yeah, there's been injuries. I get it. I don't think it's going to be a problem. I really don't.
Anyone can get hurt. Anyone, any single player can get hurt. Darren Waller is talent-wise still the guy. And if you want to pass on him and let me take him, thanks. Thanks, amigo.
Yeah, Notorious B.I.G. Asks, is D-Hop a play any week?
Yeah.
I'm sure there will be weeks.
Oh, yeah. He's a top 30 receiver.
Fantasy-wise.
Yes.
I hate it.
I do too.
I don't like the Titans. I don't like anything about their offense.
Because you think Tannehill's washed?
Tannehill's been washed for years.
Really?
I don't.
I mean, hell, he was one of the most efficient quarterbacks in the NFL 2 years ago.
Sure he was
he
with
good?
AJ Brown.
But notice you said efficient right there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, inefficient
that's all he's ever been.
You know, inefficient's good when you're buying a fucking washing machine. That's look, it's high efficiency, awesome. You know what I want out of a quarterback? Talent, arm, all the things that Ryan Tannehill doesn't friggin' have.
But we're not talking about
Mediocrity.
Tannehill. We're talking about his receiver.
I
If
get
he's
that.
matched up with a top, 15 wide receiver, then yeah, they're going to be able to put up points. D-Hop's going to be playable.
Talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to prove a point here.
Armchair, what do you think?
I don't like it. I don't like it. He's had this kind of team set up before, where he's had a weapon, like a true weapon, like an actual talent pool to pull from, and he was just perfectly okay. Like he's like, I don't know, that he's the most average. He's the white meat of quarterbacks. It's just awful. And I don't look, D-Hop is going to suffer from that. It's not that he would have been better off with Mac Jones. He's not. He would have been better off with Kyler Murray or, Joe Burrow or Brock Purdy or anybody who's got any, real upside at the quarterback position. But he chose Tennessee for some reason. I don't think Tennessee's going to get very far. I don't think they're going to win a ton of games. I don't think that they're going to be in a ton of games. I think they're going to be gutsy, gross, Mike Vrabel kind of. It's a Mike Vrabel team. It means they're going to be hard-nosed. They're going to hit you. They're probably going to run Derrick Henry into the ground till he can't run anymore. I don't see. So what we're saying that Derrick Henry runs 35 times a game, and then the rest of the time it's 7 to D-Hop and 3 to Traylon Burks? Is that what we're talking about? Tannehill's throwing 10 times, 11 times. Like that's the upside.
All right, so I'm going to ask a question. And I want to see if either one of you can get my little trivia nugget correct.
Sure.
Other than A.J. Brown, all right, which we universally all agree, A.J. Brown is a better receiver than DeAndre Hopkins, fact or fiction?
Right now, yeah.
And I don't even think it's all that close. A.J. Brown when he was in Tennessee, DeAndre Hopkins right now, it ain't close. Other than A.J. Brown, how many 1,000-yard receivers have the Tennessee Titans had in the last 12 years?
1.
It's 2. Can you name either one of them?
Ooh. In the last 12 years. So going back to 2012?
Yes.
I can't.
I don't know if I could.
One of them made it by, neither one of them was over 1,100 yards. They both limp-dicked right over the 1,000-yard mark.
Right.
Put it this way, both of them made it over 1,000 yards by a distance that would not get us off the property we're standing on right now.
Robert Woods.
Nope. You got to go further back than that.
I'm not. Nothing's coming to my mind.
Kendall Wright.
Yep. Nope. Wouldn't have got that.
And Delaney Walker.
Delaney Walker.
Wow.
Now, another fun query. Drew Bennett had 11 touchdowns in 2004 for the Tennessee Titans. How many times has that happened since? Any receiver had 11 or more receiving touchdowns?
Once.
None.
It's once, and it was A.J. Brown. That's in 20 friggin' years.
Mm-hmm.
I don't give two flying rats fuckholes about DeAndre Hopkins. I just don't.
They don't throw the ball. They don't throw the ball. Tannehill hasn't even had I don't think he's had a 4,000-yard passing season.
No,
With the Titans.
I
Don't.
Hold on. I got
I'd
it
be
here.
surprised.
No.
I would be surprised if he had.
2019, 2,700 yards. 2020, 38-19.
He had 2 with the Dolphins.
2021, 3,700. And 2022, 2,500 yards. And yeah, he had the 2014 and 2015. Do you know how far away we are from 2014 and 2015? It's been almost a decade since he threw for 4,000 yards. Like, you just have to be real with yourself and say Ryan Tannehill is he's on the sunset of his career. He has been perfectly fine. Thanks. Next. If it were me, I would be playing Malik Willis.
No.
Because
I'd be playing Will
I'll tell
Levis.
you.
I know how bad Malik Willis is.
On purpose. That's the whole point.
Yeah, but he might get somebody
What do you
killed.
say? What do you say? Be real bad.
Oh, if you're going to suck something awful, I got it. I'm just
Malik
Willis may actually get somebody killed on the field.
All right.
So,
well, then play your stud. That's fine. Play your rookie.
I'm
get
not even
someone in
sure
there
he's
that
a stud.
plays.
Will Levis may blow dead bears too. I have absolutely no idea. I know what I think.
I'd still start him over Tannehill.
I would too. Ryan Tannehill wouldn't be on this team if it was up to me.
Correct. Same boat. So D-Hop is a non-factor. He'll be playable in DFS some weeks where he has matchups where he's absolutely going to eat. But there's nothing about season long that makes me go, I need that guy. I definitely need that guy. The quarterback who threw 2,500 yards last season.
Common Sense Ain't Common wants to know DK Metcalf or Amon-Ra because the Lions are starting to scare him, he says.
I would take Amon-Ra over DK, but it's close.
I think I'm DK over Amon-Ra, but not by much.
The only reason is I don't know that Geno Smith's going to throw more than Jared Goff. And
I have them side by side in my wide receiver rankings.
Yeah, for
what it's worth.
For 6 weeks, I get Amon-Ra, St. Brown, and Alvin and the Chipmunks. So I'm not ready. I could literally see him having 15 targets a week for the first 6 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have Amon-Ra ahead of DK in my rankings, but only by 2 spots. So they're very close for me, but I would go Amon-Ra.
Oh,
I'm hoping that I can get them both. I'm hoping that I can be at the end of the round, be at the turn, and get them both.
I do like them both.
Because I do as well. I love them individually as much as I may not like their quarterbacks. There's no doubting that Geno's going to be able to get DK the ball again with another, with more coverage shading away from him. And then Amon-Ra, he's going to get all of the attention for the first 6 weeks of the season. But didn't he have that last year? Didn't he get all of the attention when Jameson wasn't there last year?
He had Hawkinson early. Now your 2 is a rookie tight end who I like in Sam Laporte, but he's a rookie tight end.
Mm-hmm.
You know my philosophy on that.
Yeah.
Never trust rookie tight ends.
Garrett Wilson or Calvin Ridley?
Yes, please.
Mm-hmm.
Take them both.
I would. If you told me it was my 1-2, I'm here for the party. Let's
Garrett
go.
Wilson, you're going to have to take him in the second round.
He's going too high, but I think that will even out as time goes on.
And because
I don't
he's
hate
one
taking him in the second round, by the way.
Because it was mentioned earlier, we all said absolutely not to Amon-Ra St. Brown in the top 11. I'm seeing Garrett Wilson go in the top 11, like first round pick. There are so many super high on him because Aaron Rodgers is in town, and I get it, but the rent's too damn high for me. He's not my first
Welcome
pick.
to New York, baby.
New York
It's
definitely
high, man.
helps it. I'm also going to just I'm going to say this, and you do with it what you choose. How many yards did Garrett Wilson have last year?
870.
He was over 1,000. No, I think he was
1103.
Really? Okay.
He had 1103. He had 4 touchdowns.
Yes.
He had more targets than damn near any receiver in the league that didn't go over 100 receptions. He only had 83.
Mm-hmm.
He could have I think you were the one that said there were people that were saying he could have a Justin Jefferson type year.
Yep.
That's a little high for me. But if you told me he went A.J. Brown, 90 catches, 1,500 yards, and 10 touchdowns, I wouldn't be shocked in the least. He had 1,100 yards with Zach Wilson, Joe Flacco, and White Mike. I could easily see him doing special things with Aaron Rodgers.
I absolutely agree.
I mean, would I prefer to get him in the third round? Absolutely. I would also prefer to have a bigger wiener in a sports car, but sometimes we don't always get what we want.
Right. There's no chance you're getting Garrett Wilson in the third round of any draft. I don't think.
It depends. His ADP is very volatile.
Just say maybe a super flex league or something like that.
Oh, super flex, you probably get in the fourth round.
Yeah. Calvin Ridley, on the other hand, he's still a value.
Yeah, and he's rising every day.
Of course.
If you're a big Calvin Ridley person, you really would like all Jaguar media to just shut the hell up.
He's the Dameon Pierce of this year's drafts.
They're making your life very difficult right now.
Yeah.
Because he is screaming up boards.
The Dameon
Pierce
remember reference was due to what?
Last year, because last year no one was everyone went into the draft season and Dameon Pierce was the guy. He was the guy. I mean, granted, he was a rookie, but he was the guy that people were taking and jumping. His ADP was like 120 something, but he was going in like the 40s, like the 30s and 40s, because people were like, "I'm going to get this guy," and I'm on that train because I was there. Mm-hmm. Ridley's going to be that this year. His ADP is going to be in the 70s, and then you're going to look at the draft, and someone's going to have taken him in the second round. He's going to be in the high 20s, low 30s, and you're going to be like, what has happened?
Mm-hmm.
There's one guy every year that does it. Last year it was Dameon Pierce. This year it's Ridley.
Gage Camplin also wants to know Wilson or Brown. Garrett Wilson, A.J. Brown.
AJ.
Not
by much, though.
I agree.
I'll agree with the group here. Next question. Gibbs or Miles Sanders as an RB2? Jahmyr Gibbs, Miles Sanders as your RB2.
Are we playing either, neither, both here?
Yes.
I'll go both.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Because you're not going to have an either scenario.
No.
Right? You're never going to get to a point where Jahmyr Gibbs and Miles Sanders are sitting on the board together. Jahmyr's going way too high for that.
Not necessarily. You could get both.
Oh, I know you can get both. What I'm saying is you're not going to have I got to take one of them scenario. You'll be able to get Miles Sanders 3 rounds later than you can get Jahmyr Gibbs, more than likely.
I don't know. He's another one that's sneaking up. And
I'm gonna take a quick peek at their ADPs here. Jahmyr Gibbs is at 35 overall. Miles Sanders at 49. So they're not as far apart as I thought they were.
Yeah, I didn't think they were that far apart.
But Gibbs is RB14. Miles Sanders is at RB20. So you got several names in between the two of them. And you can get both. Which one would you choose, Armchair?
Gibbs is a dice roll. Not on talent. It's just a dice roll. I don't know what's that offense going to look like. Can anyone really put a pinpoint on it?
I think it'll look very similar to what it did last year. Be same kind of scheme. You got the same quarterback. You got the same star wide receiver, and you damn near got the same backs. I feel like you got David Montgomery.
Jahmyr Gibbs is markedly better.
You got David Montgomery playing the bruiser role that Jamal Williams played, and you got Jahmyr Gibbs coming in to play the DeAndre Swift role.
To me, it comes down to if Sanders is getting used the way the Sanders should be used. If Sanders is getting used with the right way and fully, then he's a no doubt pick.
From what I have seen of Panthers training camp, there's no question that Miles Sanders is going to be the focal point.
He's no doubt. He's the back.
So then that to me tells me it's Sanders by a skosh, just a little bit.
Okay. Let's see. Danny Finn's fan says double wide receiver or double running backs?
Double running back. Always.
Yeah.
Always. Randy Miller said Rodgers always loves his number one guy. You're right. And he loves Garrett Wilson.
Yes, he does.
I got to see it up close and personal. I have a picture of it. I have a picture of it that I may take into our bathroom here at Radio Ranch during our upcoming break.
Bob Brown says, "What? You have a kicker in this fantasy draft?"
No. I just changed the settings. Have no fear.
Okay.
Have no fear.
We just wanted to make sure.
Have no fear. Underdog is here.
Would be funny if I railed on kickers for 10 minutes and then you put a kicker in, though.
Yes. Yeah, you will never see a league of ours that has kickers. Much like the battle for the belt, which is DraftKings, so there's no kickers there. That's why we play DraftKings instead of FanDuel, because kickers are not people.
All right, the link is up on the YouTube channel here if you haven't seen it yet. We still got several spots to fill in the sleeper draft that will be starting within the next 20 minutes.
It starts 19 minutes and 6 seconds from now.
There you go.
We got 6 spots left.
Still got 6 spots available for the claiming in our first mock draft of the day. I have a feeling we're going to squeeze in at least another one because that's kind of what we do. We are draft guys.
Yes.
Where is T. Higgins on your boards, gentlemen, from Evan Doyle? I believe he is the first wide receiver 2 on his team for me in the rankings.
I'm pretty high.
I have him in the top 15, but I don't remember where.
I'm 13.
I have him 15. I knew that number sounded familiar for some reason.
I have him 15
yeah,
as well.
I'm very high.
Yeah, he is the first repeat or the first number 2 on his team on the list for me. I have him just ahead of Chris Olave and Calvin Ridley, Terry McLaurin, guys like that.
I like Terry McLaurin. I just don't know what to do with him.
So you can't go wrong with T. Higgins. I mean, do you feel comfortable getting T. Higgins as your 1 if you're focusing on running backs early?
Yes.
As do I. I feel very confident in him as a 1. Hell, I did a draft the other day where Calvin Ridley was my 1 just because everybody was not taking running backs, and I went, well, I gotta.
Stop drafting in early August.
Yes.
Stop it.
Yes. So I feel like before Armchair leaves us here,
Yep.
this would be a good time to announce the extra layer of the battle for the belt that we haven't talked about yet. Anybody that is signed up or signs up by midnight tonight, you will get your first entry into this completely free. We told you there was a layer of the battle for the belt. We had a problem last year. People didn't get in, and they went, oh, well, it's week 5. Well, this year we came up with an idea. We're going to do a weekly DraftKings league. Armchair has we did not tell Armchair of this, so I'm hoping his reaction to it is I came up with an idea that I thought would be a lot of fun that I've never heard anybody do. So, you know how everybody loves to draft fantasy football leagues? And Sleeper and Best Ball and all this was like, well, the draft is the best part of the year.
Yeah.
So, you don't have to. Well, what if we drafted every week? What if we did a draft every single week? So that's what we're going to do. They're 8-team leagues. The winner is automatically in the playoffs. It is a $5 weekly entry. Anybody that is locked into the battle for the belt, you get 4 free entries for the year. So you play DraftKings, and everybody can only have one player can only be owned by one team. So you go through and have a snake draft with 8 teams on DraftKings. And guess where you'll be able to see ours every single week? Right here on the YouTube channel with Armchair Commentary and Mr. Spencer and myself. It's going to be a whole lot of devilish good fun.
That is going to be a lot of fun. Because I'm with those people.
Well, the best ball thing, we liked it, but then there was no interaction with it over the course of the year. Yeah, this has weekly interaction, and we will be so our daily draft on Friday, we will be drafting a league that one of the two of us is in. Actually, probably both of us, in theory. Mm-hmm. Hadn't worked out all the kinks on that. But there will be a weekly contest for people that don't get into Battle for the Belt. So if the
weekly DFS, and it's weekly drafts.
Yes.
I like it.
Yes, so we're basically doing best ball in reverse. There's no roster management. You just pick a new team every week.
Yep. I'm much more interested in that than the Eliminator challenge.
Well, that's because you know I'm going to literally beat the brakes off of you in the Eliminator.
Well, of course you are. You usually do. It's not a surprise.
Yeah, no.
I would have questions about you if you didn't.
It's true. Jekyll said on Underdog you can draft each week and then it's best ball on that team for the week only. That might be something I need to investigate.
I was going to say that sounds about what you're going for.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. And Bob Brown said Friday drafts, so no Thursday night games. Correct. No Thursday night games. We actually have we're going to do and this is free. This is just for shits and giggles. We're going to do a Thursday night contest throughout the Thursday night football season. That's just a DraftKings contest where you draft your best team, and if somebody wins it, you'll get a merch bag or something just to keep it interesting.
Okay.
And in the 5 o'clock hour, I will tell you why. And Tank and I are going to enjoy a couple of them right here on the stream.
All right, business Matt Patricia has to get back to work here. We really appreciate you taking out the time for us here, David Smith of Armchair Commentary.
And double love for Armchair, setting up the Discord and all the things and getting his rankings to me. I'm going to get those up on the screen. With 3 of us on the screen, there's nowhere for me to put them. So I will get them up on the screen, and they'll be flipping through over the next 3 hours because we're only halfway home, boys and girls.
That's right. We're at the halfway point.
Cannot wait for you to see some of those rankings because you're gonna scratch your head on some of them. But I promise there's a rhyme behind the reason. And Trump posted the Discord link earlier. Remember, it is a free Discord to get into with all sorts of like-minded fantasy folks. But if you want that extra exclusive content, your Battle for the Belt entry gets you in. I need those names, by the way, Jeremy, so Bingo. I can give them access.
I will get them to you.
All right.
Otherwise, no one has access.
Yes, I will get them to you because he's got the access to the Discord because I'm a Discord dummy.
All right, it's great to have you back on with us here, Armchair, and we will definitely, of course, make it more of a habit with the season in full swing here.
Yeah, you'll have to let us know your the weekday that we can do all the things.
Sounds good. Thanks, gents.
Thank
Good
you,
talk to you,
sir.
brother.
If you have not, hit that subscribe button on the YouTube channel. Share this out with your friends because we got another 3 hours to go in the quarter marathon here, all fantasy football. And don't forget, you can play fantasy football with us each and every week through DraftKings. We have the Battle for the Belt competition. All the links to the games are in the YouTube comments and on the front page of the website, thesportsocracy.com. 2 ways to win. We've got 2 belts on the line this year. The standard DFS contest, which is won by Michael Meadows last year. He will be back defending his title and then trying to win a total of 3 belts from us with the new Eliminator challenge where, Jeremy tells you that we can't use a guy more than 3 times during the season, and there will be tracking for that. You'll get an email every week telling you who you can play this week and who you can't. Is it going to be like a scrolling thing where it's like all of the players and you tell me how many times I've played them? Like there'll be a little 2 out beside Patrick Mahomes, or there'll be a 2 out beside whoever.
We can probably do that. I'm not the one doing that, so I'll have to ask and get you an answer.
All right, I need to know these things because I don't want to end up in the scenario where I'm at week 7 and I have no more Patrick Mahomes.
Well, I mean, in theory, you could write it down.
Yeah, but that takes too much time, and I'm not going to do that.
And this is a person that literally writes down his entire life.
Sometimes, but that's for me. That's not for you. Beer City's Ultimate Fantasy Draft Contest, also still time to get in on that. We will be pulling a winner for the draft contest in 5 days. Tickets still available. You can get those links in the YouTube description and on the website as well. The grand prize, live fantasy draft hosted by us. The entire league gets the red carpet treatment. We'll stream the draft online as well. Our buddies from the Dude Takes podcast will be joining us for the commentary during all of that. And 5 days from now, we will draft the winner. All the proceeds from all of this go to our favorite charity, Eblen Charities St. Nicholas Project, who helps needy kids in the area here in Buncombe County, Buncombe and surrounding counties, have those families have something for their kids to put underneath the Christmas tree each and every year. 3,000 kids benefited from this last year. So we want to keep that going. We actually want to do more to Eblen Charities than we did last year, and you all are helping us on our way to do that. We are going to take a quick break here, and we are just minutes away from our first mock draft of the fantasy football quarter marathon here in the Sports
And
Ocracy.
it is officially full, and we will start that in 12 minutes and 42 seconds, but we will be back in roughly 5 minutes.
Indeed.
some good, clean family fun there, eh, Cot?
Welcome
There
back.
we go.
Yeah, there we go. I was trying to do that all smooth, and then I got the weight finger.
You got the weight finger. Just you gotta give me a minute.
Here we go. All right. Yeah, Bob Brown. Yes, you have been put on hold. Love the elevator music. Lots of shout outs there. Satisfied Browns fan says Grinder search songs. Not
Sweet.
sure what that means.
I don't know
okay.
I have absolutely no idea what that means. So, all right, now I've got to get into the draft room to get it up on the screen. So, if we've got questions, you feel free to answer those.
I do have a funny comment here from Tim Raymond. This is Jeremy. My wife just took my phone and said, what the hell is the sleeper app? They may need a name change.
That is hilarious.
It is indeed. Adam Black, why on earth do the bye weeks go until week 14?
Because it's a scheduling thing.
It's the way they want to spread them out.
It's a scheduling thing. They kind of have to.
We got 18 weeks, and we don't want to. What I have realized that they have avoided this year, as in past years, is you're not going to end up with that 1 week where you got 6 goddamn teams on bye, and it takes out half your roster.
Sleeper, can I state for the record that your website is the most counterintuitive shit I've ever seen in my life?
I think it's spread out now to where there's only like 4 every week, something like that.
It's something like that, yeah. There's some weeks with 6. I cannot get into the draft room, so we're going to struggle to get it on the screen if I can't get in the damn draft room.
That's not good.
Says, take me to where I'm supposed to go.
While you're trying to futz with that and figure out the draft order and all of those things, we did have some questions right before we went to the break. Just either or choices here. Satisfied Browns fan wanted to know CeeDee Lamb or Gabe Davis.
Oh, CeeDee Lamb by a lot.
That's not even close.
Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, I take back what I said about Sleeper. I'm a big dumb asshole. I had to set the draft order before, so I randomized it 4 times.
Okay.
And if you want to know why I did 4 times, I got 13s tattooed all over my body, and I didn't want to hit it 13 times. What's 1 plus 3? Figured it out.
There you go. All right, so we have our draft order
set. And we will start it as soon as I can figure out how to get this friggin' thing on the screen.
Okay.
So, okay. Bear with me for just a second.
Rob Johnson's going to end up with the number 1 pick in the draft. And then there's Doyle second, Flostradamus third. I don't know who 12 Gage is, but I guess that's Gage Camplin.
Gage Camplin, that would be my thought.
All right. Justin Parton at 5. Then we got Trump at 6. Danny Finn's fan at 7. Kevin Vick. Jake.
Jekyll.
I see Dak people. I like that one.
That is Jonathan Welch.
That is a good name right there. 6 Tennessee. That is I love that he put the belt as his logo.
That's fantastic. Did he really?
He did. He put the Sportsocracy belt from last year. That's Michael Meadows, our champion of the.
Yeah, that's the kind of shit talk we're about here.
Baller way to go. Patrick Holt, Dr. Genesis at 12. Then we have number 13. That is our good friend Stephen Tao. I'm at 14. Satisfied Browns fan at 15. And I cannot see who is in that last spot. Let's see if I can get the screen to jure it over there. There we go. That's got to be Justin Parton at 16.
Yes, it is.
So we got a 16 teams. Jeremy's still trying to figure out how to get that thing.
Oh, no, I got it.
You do? Okay.
It takes a certain number of clicks. The thing about doing these is that the draft room has to be set up before it'll let me do shit.
Also asked by Bob Brown, Jalen Waddle or Devontae Smith? To me, it's Waddle.
It's Waddle, but it's close.
Yeah. They're right on top of each other in my fantasy rankings for this season, but I'm with you. Waddle by just a smidge. Diggs or Waddle? That one came from Satisfied Browns fan as well.
Diggs.
Diggs.
It's Diggs, but that's also close.
See, I don't know if it's all that close for me because Waddle's got Tyreek Hill to contend with. Diggs has no one to contend with.
Okay, so I want to set this right there, and boom! Oh, hold on, I got to go down a spot. I got to leave the QR code store. You can scan this. Because, frankly, we need many more people to sign up for Battle of the Belt today. It's, just, okay. We're ordering shirts, and it would be nice if as many of you as humanly possible could be on said shirts.
Right.
And them not have to wait until December to be here like the belt did last year.
Indeed. Again, follow the links in the description. If you want to get in on the battle for the belt with us this year, 2 different contests that you can play in. There's one flat price to play in both games, $75.
Oh, and we had 2 people say they don't get paid till next week or any of those things. Shoot me a message on that, especially if you're somebody I know. Even if you're not somebody I know, we can work things out. I just need to – all right, let me make this as perfectly clear as I can. The donation's not happening until December, so I don't necessarily care about the money. I just need to know who you are. I mean, the money helps because we got to order the belt and all those things, and that's why we say the proceeds, because that's how that works. So the more of you that do this, and we figured that out last year, is that with all the people that said, hey, I want to play next year – we can afford to do 2 belts with those donations and then still give a bigger donation. Mm-hmm. You see how these things work? But if I have the list, then I know who to give Rob Wright to make shirts.
Also, if you get in on the battle for the belt today, you get the first week free of Jeremy's new little contest here where we do the weekly drafts.
Yes.
In the DFS contest.
Yes. And the winner of that league every week is automatically in the playoffs.
And that will be a $5 a week thing to play in. You don't have to play every week. You can play when you want to, but the first week will be free if you get in on the battle for the belt today.
Yes, and the $5 entry fee there is just so I could, if I had to have somebody run that for me, because I will be out of town for 3 weeks of this year, I could go here's 20 U.S. doll hairs, and you do that, and we keep filling donations.
Indeed. The rest of it is the Eblen Charities St. Nicholas Project. We are sluts for charity, and so we will continue to be as slutty as possible here for a good cause. Can't find a better cause than getting kids Christmas presents.
Correct.
Are we ready to start?
I believe we are.
All right. We are ready to start. Rob Johnson says he will not be taking Justin Jefferson #1 overall, so we will hit the old button here.
And everybody's got a minute and a half. You don't have to take a minute and a half. It's totally acceptable not to. And Rob Johnson goes Christian McCaffrey at #1. It's a formidable selection. I get it. Justin Jefferson at 2, and it's on to me. Oh.
Do it. You've been saying you'd take him at #1.
Yeah, but I've done that. I'm going to do something here that I haven't done because this is 16-team league. It's 16-team league, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, 16-team league, I have to take a running back. Yep, I'm doing it. Bijan Robinson.
Yep. It's got all the upside.
I had to think about it. Look, in a 16-team league, you got to take a running back.
Yes.
Unless it's Justin Jefferson. I understand why Doyle took Jefferson. I almost took Jamar Chase. In a 16-team league, I have got to have 2 running backs. I also prioritize quarterbacks and tight ends. So, for me, if I have to just completely punt something, it will be a receiver.
Austin Eckler comes off the board at 4 to Gage Camplin.
Can everybody see that on the stream? I know it's a little clunky. We only have, so much room for things on the screen.
Nick Chubb at 5 to Parton. And Trump goes Jamar Chase at 6. I don't disagree with the Nick Chubb pick at 5. But I'm seeing a lot of people let him slip. So, smart leagues, you're not going to get that. less smart leagues, will be as PC as possible here. You may see him drop to the beginning of a second round even, and that is incredible value.
The resident pastor of the Sportsocracy is in the battle for the belt.
Yes, thank you, Adam Black.
We will get your name on the screen as soon as we're done with the mock draft. Currently, our YouTube stream looks like a table at a flea market. So I don't think I can put anything else on the screen without it just without having to have a seizure warning because there's too many colors and moving lights and shit.
Danny Fens fan takes Tyreek Hill at number 7 overall. That's a little high, but go get your guy.
I'm not averse to it. I mean, I get why you did it. Like I said, I'm taking running backs. And frankly, this is not totally one of those times where I don't care what happens. I've got to have a running back. Mm-hmm. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Then we have Saquon Barkley to Kevin Vick at the 8th overall pick. Travis Kelce goes 9. Tony Pollard at 10. Breece Hall at 11. Stephon Diggs at 12. Patrick Mahomes comes off at number 13.
That's a smart strategy, too.
Right ahead of my pick.
In a bigger league, I totally understand going quarterback early. But now on the comeback, I would have to go running back. Or you go tight end. There's not one I would take this high. Forget I said that. Oh, and now Tank's locked in. Let's see if it takes him the full minute and a half to make his selection. It did
CeeDee
not.
Lamb.
It did not.
CeeDee Lamb. I'm really high on CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott. I feel like the addition of Brandon Cooks opens up a lot of things for them in the passing
I do
game.
too. Look, I like Tony Pollard a lot this year.
I mean, I would love to have had Tony Pollard at that pick, but good on IC Dak people for making that happen.
I like practically there's not a pick in the first round that I'm upset by.
Mm-hmm. A.J. Brown goes at 15. Derrick Henry at the turn. That's not Parton. We already had Parton, so I'm not sure who this other Philly.
Oh, it's probably Gage.
No, I thought Gage was 12 gauge. So I'm not sure who this other Philly person is, but if it's you, just shout it out in the
if you're
YouTube.
the 16th drafter here, it could be Bob Brown. He's a Philly fan.
That's probably it.
Could be Bob Brown.
Derrick Henry and Jalen Hurts back-to-back at the turn. That's not terrible at all. And then Satisfied Browns fan follows that up with the second pick in the second round, going Josh Allen.
And that is Bob Brown, by the way. That has been confirmed.
Has been confirmed. Okay. Oh, it's my turn again. Oh, look at that. Isn't that just special?
Stephen Tao said, come on, Tank. Yeah, Tank will always be the slowest person in one of these drafts.
Najee Harris.
You ask him to do multiple things at one time, and it gets...
No, I can't. I can't commentate the draft and draft like that.
One of these days,
you got to give me a second for my brain to catch up.
One of these days, I want us to switch roles, and I want to see just how big of a disaster the stream would be as he tried to hit all of the buttons I have.
Oh, it never happened.
Mix that with his absolute inability to do technological things. And it would be outrageously funny to me.
Najee Harris was my pick at the third pick in the second round, then Jahmyr Gibbs and Travis Etienne.
I have no qualms with any of this. Do notice that we still haven't had Josh Jacobs. We still haven't had Jonathan Taylor. I don't know what you're supposed to do with them.
Right. It's too much of a risk. Because do I think Josh Jacobs will return and play on the $10 million?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
I don't know about Jonathan Taylor. If you had to take one, which one would you take?
Josh. I'd take Josh Jacobs because I feel more confident in him. Because he's older. He's at that point, right? This is the fifth year. This is the fifth year of him in the league. He's 27 years old. I feel like pressure is going to be up on him. Mm-hmm. Jonathan Taylor's 24? He's still got plenty of years left, and I don't. While you wouldn't want him to sit out, I wouldn't be all that surprised to see him just give the finger to Jim Irsay and say, trade me.
Oh, and right there, Jake takes Josh Jacobs, riding the lightning. I mean, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
This is, I mean, look, in a 16-team draft like this, you got to get your guy. That's why we did 16 teams, because we hadn't done one of these yet.
Right.
And they are a little different.
We mainly stick to 12-teamers. That's the industry standard.
That's the sweet spot. But this is a listener draft in a charitable, hospitable environment, so we wanted to get as many of you in here as humanly possible.
Indeed. After Travis Etienne went Ramondre Stevenson by the champ, Mike Meadows. Then we had Kenny Walker, Josh Jacobs, and then Garrett Wilson at 2-9 to Kevin Vick.
That's a solid start for Kevin Vick.
Saquon
and frankly,
Barkley.
everybody's had a solid start. I'm really looking at Vick going, damn, that's pretty good. Danny Finn's fan on the clock now. Oh, Danny Finn's fan.
Yes, I appreciate that. Shout me out in the comments when I come up on the clock if I don't see it, because there's a chance that I won't. I can remember we did a couple of years ago when we did our fantasy marathon or whatever. You put us in like a 30-second clock draft, and I'm like,
yeah,
I didn't get to make like 4 picks because I just completely missed it because I was calling out everybody else's picks.
Yeah, that didn't go so hot. Damn you! Jason Trump, damn you!
Cooper Kupp was falling. I was wondering how far it was going to go.
I can tell you definitively it wasn't getting past me.
No, I had considered taking him with my pick, but I needed a running back. That's why I went with Najee. So after Garrett Wilson comes Amon-Ra St. Brown, Cooper Kupp, then Aaron Jones, and now Gage is on the clock. So Parton has started off nicely here with Chubb and Aaron Jones.
That is a solid start.
That's a hell of a running back tandem here to pick up at the back end of the second round. Not trying to sell short others that have gone double running back. Tony Pollard and Kenny Walker. I think that's going to work well for IC DAC people. And, of course, 6 Tennessee. Michael Meadows, the reigning champ. Let's go with Breece Hall and Ramondre Stevenson in the first 2 rounds. Following Aaron Jones comes Davante Adams. See, this is where I'm comfortable with Davante Adams. I feel like in a lot of drafts that I've already been in, Davante Adams is still being treated like he has an actual quarterback. And he's going in the first round or back into the first round, even in 12-team drafts. And that is just too much for me.
It's not for me. He's still Davante Adams.
Then Jalen Waddle comes off to Flostradamus. So you've started with Bijan Robinson and Jalen Waddle. You'll be right there to get a running back when you come back for your third pick.
Hope so. And Evan Doyle right there takes Jonathan Taylor, and that's about where I'm okay with it, because I feel like he's got to play at least half the season.
Mm-hmm.
And so I will tell you, on the comeback, I would have taken Jonathan Taylor. I had already mentally prepared myself for going Cooper Kupp, Jonathan Taylor, and I was going to do a little dance, make a little love, and get down tonight.
Yeah. Satisfied Browns fans throwing out threats. Whoever took Nick Chubb needs to sleep with one eye open.
That would be Justin Parton. Oh, and now it's back to me.
Joe Mixon goes at the first pick of the third round after Chris Olave was the last pick of the second round. So on the turn there, Rob Johnson going wide receiver, running back. Now he's got Joe Mixon, Christian McCaffrey tandem at running back, and then Chris Olave as his one. Mark Andrews comes off to Doyle with the second pick in the third round, and then Flostradamus gets Alvin Kamara. He'll be gone for 3 weeks, but when he comes back from 3 weeks, he'll be out to make a statement.
Mm-hmm. He's still a very good running back in this league. So getting him here in the third round of a 16-team draft, that's strong to me.
And now is the point where you look at it and go, where do we go? When is the next quarterback? Oh, well, there he is. Gage taking Lamar Jackson with the 4th pick in the 3rd round. That Baltimore offense, I feel like they've got to be good this year. And when I say that, I mean, I'm expecting Lamar Jackson to be in the MVP talk again. Am I crazy for thinking that? Now with the OBJ and Zay Flowers.
Okay,
Rashad
say that one more
Bateman.
time. Sorry.
I feel like the offense for the Baltimore Ravens should be good enough to have Lamar in the MVP discussion, should he have a healthy season again.
Healthy is the big thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think the problem with Baltimore could be that are they going to finish well enough? And look, I like the team, but let's say Baltimore goes 10-7 and is the final wild card. How good would Lamar Jackson have to be the MVP?
Oh, pretty good.
Especially when you've got Jalen Hurts, who feels like he's sitting on red, just waiting on that MVP. And if he has another year like he had last year and Philadelphia just demolishes the NFC, I don't know how he's going to beat him. Because it is a regular season award.
Yes. Lamar Jackson, then Justin Fields with the 5th pick in the 3rd round, and then Joe Burrow right after.
Oh, that means Jeremy gets to play the fun game of my quarterbacks blow dead Bears. Whee!
I mean, we're all kind of in that position.
Oh, yeah.
Unless you've got one already.
You remember that thing I said about quarterbacks and tight ends are more valuable in the 16-team league?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You noticed that I didn't follow my own advice? 'Cause a big dumbass.
Justin Herbert going to Jake at the 9th pick in the 3rd round after DK Metcalf came off to Danny Finn's fan. Kevin Vick going with Devontae Smith. And then Trevor Lawrence. That was almost it. It was almost the end of the elite tier there.
Oh, no doubt.
Calvin Ridley. Ooh. Calvin Ridley at 33, or no, what's that overall?
32.
Math.
43.
Math. 43. Thank you. Calvin Ridley coming off to Michael Meadows after Trevor Lawrence. Patrick Holt now on the clock. So at this point, Jeremy,
both your little boyfriends just went in front of you.
God damn you, people. Damn it. All right. Give me a second.
This should not be a difficult selection.
Talk amongst yourselves.
This shouldn't be a difficult selection. If this takes you more than about 3 seconds, I'm going to ask, and where is your brain and why is it not functioning correctly?
Who's your pick?
Nope.
Who was your pick?
Not that one.
Who was your pick?
Thiggins. It should have been Thiggins, 100%.
Okay.
And now we have satisfied Browns fan who has to make a decision in and of himself. Should he take the best player on the board, which is T. Higgins, or does he have to shoehorn a running back? Now, for me, I'm at the turn, so I don't care, and he did the smart thing, which is take
T. Higgins.
T. Higgins. Jason Trump talking shit, and I like it.
What'd he say?
He said, "This is why you can't win."
Who?
Talking to you.
Talking about me? Why? Because I took
taking Deshaun Watson over the Thiggins. Because you could have had the Thiggins and Deshaun Watson. Although it's going to work out for you, I do believe. And we've gotten to that spot where running back sucks.
Not much to choose from, is there?
No, it's not particularly good.
No.
Damian Pierce for the old sports tanker.
I'll take it. Kadarius Toney.
Indeed.
After Jamison Williams came off at the second pick in the 4th round. I'm high on him, but that feels real damn high.
Ha!
Jamison Williams, I'm trying to think. He was a former Ohio State
Hold on.
guy, right? That's
Hold
why
on.
that happened.
Hold on. Where's the pause button here? I know there is a pause button. Hold on. All right. So, satisfied Browns fan was not trying to take
Okay.
Jamison Williams. He was trying to take Jamal Williams. Boop. There you go. And resume.
TJ Hawkinson was the first pick of the 4th round. Then Jamal Williams, Damian Pierce, Kadarius Toney, and future Super Bowl champion Aaron Rodgers comes off at the 5th pick of the 4th round. Everyone seems to be hot on Kadarius Toney.
And 6 Tennessee just continues to kill this. Calvin Ridley and Amari Cooper in the 3rd and 4th round of a 16-team draft is quite strong.
Indeed. With Kadarius Toney, you see it, right? The connection there with Patrick Mahomes could be goddamn deadly.
But
is he your ace in the hole? Are you taking him as that little cheater code piece?
I take him a lot. This was a little high, but I understand why you did it. 16-team league, when you're back on that, you just got to. You just got to take your guy. He ain't coming back to you. I mean, how many guys have I sat here and gotten low-key excited about? Oh, hold on. We did it again. Danny Fence fan in the chat, if you could tell me who you're trying to take here, because I'm going to assume it wasn't DeAndre Hopkins. He was still set on auto draft, so we gotta rectify that.
After Amari Cooper, Jahan Dotson at the 7th pick of the 4th round. That feels way too high to me.
Which one?
And I don't see it. Jahan Dotson, 7th pick of the 4th round. To me, I want an explanation of why that makes sense to take him over Terry McLaurin.
Terry McLaurin still hadn't. Then I don't get that.
Okay. All right. I wanted to know if I was the only one that hadn't or I was the only one that had a problem with that. I just don't see the high side being there for him as the 2 in his offense to be the 1 fantasy wise. Maybe you're banking on a lot of touchdowns there. Keenan Allen comes off at 4.8. 4.9, J.K. Dobbins.
All right, I'm going to make a last call for Danny Fence fan here.
And we're waiting on the 10th pick of the 4th round to decide this.
I can't see the chat on Sleeper, so if he has said he's active in it, and I could see that, which is why I paused it. But he's on auto draft, which you have to manually turn off. We learned all these things as we've gone along.
Absolutely. What do you think about J.K. this year? Where do you have him?
I am going to have to move on, though. So, all right. Time in. On J.K. Dobbins?
Yes.
They have a lot of running backs, but J.K. Dobbins is the best one.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, are you going to get less of Lamar running? In which case I would really like J.K. Dobbins. But I'm not sure I would like Baltimore's offense as much.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I keep getting stuck on with Monken. Mm-hmm. Is, I want Lamar to throw and blah, blah, blah. Okay, but he's here because he's such a prodigious runner. And I can't really unsee that. So I just get to a certain point where I'm trying to think for them, and that gets kind of dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I like Dobbins. I'm in like with him, not in love with him.
Yep.
So,
I mean, I get they're two different games, but I have seen quarterbacks. I've seen a quarterback who can't really run all that well do a lot with his legs in a Todd Monken offense. We saw it the last 2 years from the national champions. Who's more athletic, Stetson Bennett or Lamar Jackson? I get, again, a completely, they're different games, obviously. But I think I think Todd Monken has a hell of an insight here, or a trajectory here for one of the best offenses in professional football. All right, after DeAndre Hopkins at 410, 11th pick of the fourth round was Jerry Jeudy. And it goes DJ Moore and Terry McLaurin. You got to hope for a bounce back from Russell Wilson this year to justify, and a hell of a bounce back for Jerry Jeudy to justify taking him over DJ Moore and Terry McLaurin. And then DeAndre Swift goes to Flostradamus at the 14th pick of the fourth round. Well, Flo, I think you've won the running back battle here.
Woohoo! Now the question is, what exactly am I gonna do? Danny Finsfan said his internet is bad. He's not just willfully missing things, which is fine. That's fine.
Well, that's good. All right, 2 picks left in the fourth round.
Alexander Madison to Mr. Doyle. Two picks here for Rob Johnson, the anti-Cowboy fan. While we're waiting on his pick,
I hate that this doesn't fit on my screen.
Jonna, who has the first pick, full PPR, is it all the way Justin Jefferson? I would tend to think so. In a PPR, I get McCaffrey. Mm-hmm. For me, it's McCaffrey, Jefferson, or Chase. Just a question of which one you're in love with. I mean, Bijan Robinson, if you're as drunk on him as I am. But I would understand going any of the ways.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's just the stigma for me. And maybe it's because I've been doing it the same, or not the same way, but, basic same tenet all these years. Running backs. Running backs have to be first. Running backs are premium. I get that Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase are special, but I don't know that they're that special. So it's Christian McCaffrey for me. Because you're always talking about the San Francisco quarterback situation there. If they're as bad as you say, then it's gonna have to be Christian McCaffrey.
Mm-hmm.
Darren Waller was the first pick of the fifth round after Isaiah Pacheco was the pick at the end of the fourth by Rob Johnson. So he goes Isaiah Pacheco, Darren Waller, back-to-back. And then Drake London, Dalvin Cook going to Jeremy because he's going somewhere.
Well, and here's the thing: if he goes to the Jets, I think I just crushed a fifth-round pick. If he goes to New England, I think it's pretty good. Fine, I don't love it, but I also don't think he's going to New England. To me, it's the Dolphins or the Jets, and either way, yes. And I think Gage just cussed me and then took a running back that I like, because that was the other one I was considering, was Brian Robinson. Can we? I'm going to start a movement that Brian Robinson is a much better running back than people think. I know you click that button and go, oh, shit! But I don't think you should. I think you should hit it and go, yay! It's my own personal thought.
Okay. You know how I feel about the situation.
Yeah, you think you're the head of the Antonio Gibson fan club.
I am.
So you're.
And Antonio is going to have a bigger role than y'all expect this year.
Yes, he will be a tremendous water boy for the Washington, whatever they're going to be named.
James Conner goes at 5.5 to Parton. Trump goes with Brandon Ayuk at the 6th pick of the 5th round, and then back-to-back tight ends for Danny Fensfan and Kevin Vick.
Jekyll in the YouTube chat asked how we're feeling about Penny and Swift in Philadelphia. I like Penny, or I like Swift better than I like Penny, just because I think he's, especially in PPR, because he has much higher upside.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't trust Penny because he's made of popsicle sticks. So I like Swift better. I'm not in love with either one. I'm in like with DeAndre Swift. I also had to steer into a narrative here because I've got 4 running backs, and I'm rolling some dice. So is this going to go really well or really poorly?
Kyle Pitts, Dallas Goedert were the 2 tight ends back to back. Then at 5.9, Chris Godwin, George Pickens, the 10th pick in the 5th round. Yeah, I get what Armchair Commentary was saying earlier when we had him on, that he feels like Chris Godwin is the guy to have in Tampa Bay. He's the slot receiver. I can see that. I was reading an article earlier today that was talking about Jarvis Landry and the big season that Jarvis Landry had when Baker Mayfield was in Cleveland. They had, 90-something catches and 900 yards and 9 touchdowns. That could be a similar outcome for Chris Godwin this year. I don't think he's wrong.
I'm not as in love with Chris Godwin or anything Tampa Bay as you are. Let's see. Kevin Vick got sniped by the auto draft and wound up with Dallas Goedert. They're also in the YouTube chat telling you to make a pick. It is your show.
Mm-hmm. So. Yes, I am. I'm efforting.
He's trying. A, technology, and B, I'll bet $1 to a donut I know who he's getting ready to take. And I'll bet his name rhymes with Psych Levins.
No.
Really?
Yeah, no. Not going to do it. I'm going with a running back. It's Javonte Williams.
A dead one.
He's not dead.
He got a dead one.
He's not dead.
Tank went to the puppy store and came back with a dead one.
To me, of all the running backs left, he was the one. Like, he could have the most upside of anybody left.
After Bob Brown makes this pick, I'm going to pause it so I can move the screen down. Also, so we can talk about through 5 rounds who's got the best team.
Indeed.
Because right now I like mine a considerable amount. I think Gage is doing quite nicely. I think Rob Johnson's pretty good, actually. Satisfied Browns fan. I don't love that Jamal Williams is your number 1 running back, but Tank's team if Javonte Williams is
what?
If Javonte Williams works out, you're fine. If he doesn't, you're ficked.
No, that's not. I don't see it that way. How?
As we keep going, I believe you'll see it my way. Boop. It's just, you're in the same boat as me. If Dalvin Cook signs, I'm in great shape.
Mm-hmm.
If he doesn't, then it's going to hurt a bit.
Well, you will at that point set a 5th round pick on fire.
Yeah.
So,
and in a draft like this, that's bad.
Bad. All right, so we have paused it.
Nope.
Have we?
I unpaused it.
Okay.
I had to move the board down. So that you could see it. Oh, shit. And somehow it unmoved. What is happening right now? Oh, I know what I got to do.
What did you
Talk
do?
amongst
what
yourselves.
What did you do wrong here? Yeah, I thought we were stopping it down to talk about some of the teams here.
We did.
Well, it's still going.
Uh-huh. I resumed it.
Without actually talking about any of the teams. Okay.
I did talk about the 4 favorite teams I had.
It was okay. Anyhow, so we got Cam Akers, Deontay Foreman in Chicago at the second pick in the 6th round. I mean, I get he had some games at the end of the season with the Carolina Panthers, and he's had games before, like when he was in Tennessee and Derrick Henry got hurt. He's had some big games. I don't know. I don't have much hope for him because I think he's
with
the
Deontay
3.
Foreman. I just like Khalil Herbert better.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think he's the 3 there.
It's your pick, by the way. They're railing you in the chat for
trying to talk when nobody else is talking and entertain. Okay, I get what we're saying.
Well, it's a draft. You know, you got to keep it moving.
Okay, I'll just go silent and nobody can talk. Great.
Didn't say go silent. Just said make a damn pick. You think it's bad when we're doing it live? You ought to do one with him where he's not talking and he still sits there shuffling his papers, going and he looks like a dog taking a grumper. Just
My pick, Mike Williams. Next up is Stephen Tao, who goes Michael Thomas. And that's another red flag pick for me because I just don't know what we're going to get out of Michael Thomas.
Michael
could be great, but the chances of being great, I feel like, are very slim.
With Michael Thomas?
Yeah.
If he's healthy, he'll be just fine. The problem is that trusting him to be healthy is like trusting the government. It's just a real good way to get fucked.
Mm-hmm. Christian Watson, 5th pick in the 6th round, then A.J. Dillon, Sky Moore, and James Cook at the 8th pick. That's a good pick. Although in this scenario, now Jake's relying on Cook to be your number 2 running back, and that makes me feel very uneasy.
Yeah, I mean, they seem to be out on Dalvin Cook, so it bothers me slightly less.
Mm-hmm. All right, after 2 rounds, looks like we finally had another quarterback taken. Dak Prescott goes to Kevin Vick, 9th pick in the 6th round. I've already said how much I love that addition of Brandon Cooks for the Dallas Cowboys offense. What's Prescott's ceiling? What's the highest he can finish amongst quarterbacks?
What's the highest Dak Prescott can finish?
Yeah.
6.
That's what I was thinking.
I mean, he could be. You could get a couple injuries out of those top high-end guys. I mean, if Burrow misses any time, it could probably get as high as 5. That's probably the ceiling for me.
Mm-hmm. Samaje Perine, 10th pick in the 6th round. Could end up working out. Mike Evans, there it is. 6th pick in the 11th round. Or
11th pick,
11th pick in the 6th round. Excuse me. It's been a long day. Already been a long day.
And we still got 2 hours
Trump's
left.
just saying, fuck them running backs. I don't need one.
Yeah,
Bold strategy, Cott.
In the chat, now Doyle and Gage have sworn at me for my last 3 selections. It's when you always know you're doing something right, when everybody around you goes, come on!
Deontay Johnson, 12th pick. Then Khalil Herbert and Tua Tagovailoa goes to Flostradamus. So we'll see if this is what he's been talking about the scenario where he will go back-to-back with quarterbacks.
I was going to, and then Doyle burned me on it. Because the only other one I was going to take would be Anthony Richardson. At least here.
Right. Anthony Richardson.
I will take another. I'll throw another dart. It's just going to be a little later.
Anthony Richardson, then Michael Pittman. Rob Johnson's got his second pick to make here at the turn, the start of the 7th round. Kirk Cousins. Jackson Smith and Jigba. Next going to Doyle. And now Flostradamus is on the clock.
I know what I want to do.
Mm-hmm.
But is my wiener big enough for me to do it? And I don't know the answer to that.
You going Cole Kmet already?
No. That is not what I was thinking about doing. You know what?
But now I am.
You know what? They gave him money. Screw it.
Screw it, Odell Beckham Jr.
Screw it. They gave him money.
Just because they gave him money doesn't mean it's a good idea.
When it's $15 million, it means he's going to get every opportunity to fuck this up as hard as he wants to.
So just based on volume alone.
I was taking a Baltimore Raven wide receiver. It was just a question of which one, and I kept looking at Zay Flowers going, oh, he's a rookie.
How much do you shy away from the rookie?
Gage Campbell was like, damn it! How much do I shy away from rookie?
Yeah.
Well, it depends. If I was in the same boat with receivers that I am with running backs right now, where this was my 5, I would have taken Zay Flowers. I'm not. I need somebody that plays early and hope that my lottery tickets later cash in later in the season. Or I defile someone's face hole with my ability to screw you on a running back. Because right now there are at least 2 of you that I could there will be a daddy at the end of any trade offer you send me. So just so you know.
So when that time comes.
Yeah, the end of any trade offer you send me will be ended with please and daddy.
Why you gotta make it weird?
That's what I do.
Brandon Cooks goes to the 4th pick of the 7th round, then Quentin Johnston. David Montgomery.
Is this a good time to say that we're actually playing this league out? Is now a good time to say that?
Are we?
100% we are. Who set it up? That will be me.
Okay.
And it's that started as I don't know where the mock draft button is. And then the more I thought about it, the more I went,
yeah,
let's do that.
Elijah Mitchell comes off in a little run of running backs here. David Montgomery, Elijah Mitchell, and Antonio Gibson. See, this is why I focus on running backs early. Because you end up in a position like Trump and Danny Finn's fan, where Trump's number 1 is David Montgomery, which might work. I mean, hell, Jamal Williams led the league in touchdowns last year for these Detroit Lions, and I feel like that's the role that they want David Montgomery to play. And then the 1 and 2 for Danny Finn's fans are backups. And Samaje Perine, I mean, if Javonte Williams is healthy,
if you're going to take a backup, that's a solid
backup. That's a good one to pick.
Take.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Elijah Mitchell, who's sitting behind Christian McCaffrey. Marquise Brown, the 9th pick of the 7th round.
Can't do it. Couldn't do it in top 200 picks.
Really?
Being thrown to by noodle arm Colt McCoy. I will pass.
And then Jordan Addison coming off the board right before Zay Flowers at the 11th pick of the 7th round.
Really glad somebody took Zay Flowers so I couldn't.
Zach Charbonnet, taken by Patrick Holt, 12th pick of the 7th round.
Zach Charbonnet.
What's the latest on his injury?
Charbonnet?
Yeah. Was that anything serious to be concerned that he's going to miss the beginning of the year or anything like that?
Oh, I found out what your I found out what your big announcement from the red zone was.
Oh, God. Was it as dumb as you thought?
No.
Okay. What's the big announcement?
What do you think it was? What does every entity do at this point? They all have a what? Disney, HBO, Showtime.
Oh,
ESPN.
There's an app? There's a Red Zone
Streaming
app
service.
now?
It's a streaming service that you can now get Red Zone and the NFL Network, which means buy cable.
No, it no longer exists for you? Is that what
It
you're
didn't
saying?
exist for me anyway. I never thought I could get rid of cable. DC streams. I really didn't get rid of cable because I have every fucking channel.
Mm-hmm.
And it costs, I don't even know what we pay for that. Tank and I have an account together.
For DC?
Like a sweet old married couple.
I don't even remember. It's not exorbitant though.
No.
It's like $120 a year or something.
I
Somewhere
think
in that neighborhood.
that's per stick.
Yeah.
I think we pay $350 for 3, and we split them between our 2 houses.
Right.
So
it's a great thing to have. Get everything live. The only downside to it is nothing on demand. Everything is live, and it's all live television from everywhere around the world.
that's fine for me.
And yeah,
Who'd you take with your last pick?
Cole Kmet.
Did you do it on purpose?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did. The last of the tight ends, the impact tight ends, in my belief.
I hate to go full juggernaut here, but silly bitch, don't you know who the fuck I am? I'm like, juggernaut, bitch.
Mr. Tight End Whisperer.
I'll take 2 with my last 2 picks that will be pretty good. Or if the one gets to me in this round, I'll take him right now.
Okonkwo.
No.
No. Okay. It was. Somebody take him.
It's not a Okonkwo.
Yeah. Gabe Davis.
It ain't that hard to figure out which one's on the top of the list. That's the one I'm talking about.
Gabe Davis and Rashad Penny, the final 2 picks of the 7th round. Satisfied Browns fan going with Gabe Davis. Rashad Penny going to Bob Brown. So Bob's had a run on running backs here. Rashad White, Cam Akers, Rashad Penny. It's a whole lot of dart throws. Yeah, you got a couple of starters in there, but one of them, that team can't run a greasy peg up a cat's ass. Yes, I'm talking about my team. Cam Akers, I don't know if he's going to be healthy at all.
Yeah, but look where you took him.
I mean, I get it. But here's my thing. You're also relying on these guys to be your
and he
starters.
just crushed one.
Jonathan Mingo.
Jonathan Mingo.
Is that not too early?
Not to me. I mean, you're looking for a receiver right now. Who else you feel good about? And there's a couple that I would take.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have the upside Mingo does.
Yep. Oh, there's Sam Laporta, satisfied Browns fan. I like that pick. Very high on Sam Laporta this year. So, good job, satisfied Browns fan. He's not going to do shit for you this year. Just because I like him. And that's how it goes.
Tank is the ultimate kiss of death.
Indeed.
I like see, this is where I get into strategy in fantasy football. Because all right, so satisfied Browns fan, I'm looking at this team right now going, I like a lot of what you've done. But Laporta is the kind of guy that I will never draft. Not because I don't like him, because I feel like you will get tired of him within the first half of the season, and I will sweep in and trade for him for packing peanuts. Because he will burn you with 4 fours in a row.
Mm-hmm.
And then, Jameson Williams is coming back, so he's obviously he's not going to be as good as he was, so now he's just worthless, and I'll come in and get him for a kicker.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's no kickers in this. A defense or something like that.
Right.
I'm not slamming the pick. I get why you did it, and I could be totally wrong. He could come out and he could buck the trend of tight ends. Kyle Pitts did it. But that's my philosophy. There are certain guys that I identify and go, that's a guy I'm going to try to trade for in week blank, because I try to be a week before I think the breakout's going to come.
Okay. Following Sam Laporta, I went with Jamison Williams at the 3rd pick in the 8th round. Nico Collins then came off to Stephen Tao, and then Patrick Holt going with Alan Lazard.
The Lizard King.
He was the favorite target of Aaron Rodgers because he was the only target that Aaron Rodgers could trust. How much is that going to translate over to this offense? I mean,
you're going to be on field a lot because he can block so well.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, in terms of statistically, I think he's fine right here.
Tyler Algier, 6th pick in the 8th round to 6 Tennessee. Dalton Schultz from the Houston Texans, 7th pick in the 8th round. Do you like Dalton Schultz down there in Houston with C.J. Stroud?
It's a good tight end that you paid money to with a rookie quarterback. So he is one that I'm certainly interested in. I'm certainly interested in Dalton Schultz. And this is about the spot where I would start targeting him.
Okay. Jake is next up with the 8th pick in the 8th round. How many rounds we got here? 14? 15?
Something like that.
I mean, you do. 14. What was that little chuckle?
Evan Doyle said, I already see what Jeremy's getting ready to do to me. He might be right. You never know.
Yeah.
Tank has drafted around me in 433 drafts. So.
You're always going to have that reaction after everybody he takes.
Like, oh, you son of a bitch. Yeah.
I mean, if there's a guy on your radar and you're picking after him, just chalk it up that it's not going to be there.
Yes.
And have a backup plan.
Yes.
Because that's also what takes me so
but
long.
Don't think
I've got one locked in my mind, and then Jeremy takes it, and I'm like, fuck, now I'm going to just start all over.
Yeah, but don't think about that one too long, because I can read your thoughts, and I'll take them too.
Mm-hmm. David Njoku coming off at 8-8 to Jake. Then Adam Thielen.
Njoku's a solid pick there for Jake.
To Kevin Vick. Jerick McKinnon to Danny Finn's
fan. It's a nice value for Danny Finn's fan.
It is.
He's taken 3 upside backups. I mean, I don't love that that's what you're going in with, but, I mean, he's already offered you a trade, so.
Who, me?
Yes.
Where did that come from?
DK and Samaje Perine for Najee Harris.
Ew.
And I'll give him credit. That's a formidable trade offer.
That is definitely one to think about.
Especially because you have Javonte Williams.
What's that supposed to mean?
He's broken, and that's the backup.
He's not broken. He's coming off the same injury that your guy is.
Yeah, but mine came off of it formidably.
Formidably, even though he's not running at practice.
Oh, no, he could run.
He's just not.
No, he jogged to the field yesterday. It's just, why on God's green earth would I put you out here to run routes when I don't need you to?
Mm-hmm.
Or to run reps when I don't need you to.
Yep. Dalton Kincaid, 11th pick in the 8th round. Chig Okonkwo, 12th pick in the 8th.
This would probably be a formidable time to say Chig Okonkwo is exactly who I was going to take. You had that exactly right, but I was going to lie.
I knew you did, and that's why I told everybody you were lying.
Liar!
Because I know you better than you think you do, or than you think I do.
And yet, you never make me go, oh, shit.
That's not true.
It's very rare.
Just
then again, nobody ever makes me do that because I don't say it out loud. Boop.
Elijah Moore. Didn't see that coming.
Is that who you thought I was? Is that what you thought I was going to do, Evan Doyle? I bet it's not. He's looking running back, so.
Or at least he should be.
I mean, not necessarily. You take the backup for Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah, and then later on, you want to handcuff Alexander Madison as well. You want to do that? Damian Harris came off at the 13th pick in the 8th round. Then Elijah Moore, Treylon Burks at 15.
Okay. 1, 2. Okay.
Doyle says it wasn't what he expected.
But Jeremy has screwed me for the last time.
Screwed him for the last time.
Okay.
Which, that is what a lie sounds like. Jackson Smith and Jigba. Or no, that's Juju Smith-Schuster. Sorry. Comes off at the 16th pick in the 8th round. Then 9th round starts off Rob Johnson, goes Ezekiel Elliott, who will be signing somewhere.
I would assume so.
It just depends on who gets injured in training camp. I have to imagine he'd be the first call of anybody who has an injury in training camp. One of them, anyway. Dalvin Cook, obviously going to be on that list, too. Devin Singletary, 2nd pick in the 9th round.
And this is the first time I've really had to think about what I was going to do.
Geno Smith. But I like the way you did that, though. Taking Tua Tagovailoa, the big question mark, and then I'm going to take the guy who's not a question mark. I mean, there is a question on the stats for me at the end of the season with Geno Smith, but he's also a guy that I don't look at and go, well, he may play.
Well, in a 16-team league, I now have 2 starting quarterbacks. I'm safe if Tua Tagovailoa implodes or gets hurt again. And if he doesn't get hurt again, I have a trade piece for down the line.
After Geno?
Hey, now I got people that are way away from me cussing me. Yeah!
12 gauge goes Rashad Bateman. Then Raheem Mostert was the 5th pick to Justin Parton. Trump goes with Tank Bigsby at the 6th pick in the 9th round. And then Jeff Wilson Jr., 7th pick in the 9th round. I do love that Devin A-Chain went 2 rounds before they did, which I don't disagree with.
I don't know.
If I'm drafting a running back from Miami, it's going to be Devin A-Chain.
I just don't trust the others to stay healthy.
Exactly. Because there's a legitimate path to Devin A-Chain starting 14 games. You never wish it on anybody, but would I be shocked? Absolutely not. Daniel Jones, 8th pick in the 9th round, going to Kevin Vick. So now he's got Dak Prescott and Daniel Jones as his quarterback tandem.
That's a nice tandem.
Mm-hmm.
That's a nice tandem, and see, this is all right. I'm going to go on a little diatribe here.
Okay.
You want to be a really good drafter in fantasy football? Stop worrying about the names. This is in the Ultimate Fantasy Draft Kit, Mullet Man, Canada, and Georgia fan. Stop treating these guys like players. I don't give a fuck if these guys play for my biggest rival. I don't care if they play for my team. Frankly, I don't even plan on half of them making it to on my roster through week 7. Treat them like stocks. Geno Smith is a stock up right now. He's 5th best quarterback in fantasy football last year. And he just added an elite rookie, not an elite receiver, an elite rookie to that team. Kenny Walker's hurt. Zach Carbonate's hurt. What's that tell you? Stock up. That's how I draft. That's the reason people swear at me all the time, because I'm reading your teams as much as I'm reading the names on the screen. Because I looked and saw 3 teams that don't have a quarterback and went, bet you I can do something better than Tank Bigsby.
Why are you going to be throwing so much shade?
Grown man with a nickname. You know how I feel about that.
He's just a hater of things.
What round are we in here?
We are in the 9th round.
I can't move my screen because it screws everything up. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
All right, Daniel Jones at 9-8. Cortland Sutton at 9-9. Good God, can this please be the year for Cortland Sutton? I have been waiting on this to come, and I don't. It's just one of those things that just the closer you get, the further away it moves. It's like, trying to chase a rainbow. Let's see here. Zay Jones, 10th pick in the 9th round. And Jason Trump says, damn, he wanted Mostert. Yeah, I'm reading Kevin Vick's comment here about taking Adam Thielen. And I have high hopes for that Carolina offense, but I just don't know how reliable Adam Thielen's going to be as a fantasy player. Probably because I believe too much in DJ Shark. It's like I went down to the Panthers camp, and in what I saw, it confirmed everything that I thought before I went down there. Jonathan Mingo is going to be the receiver that you want at the end of the season for this team. And DJ Shark is going to be better than people expect him to be. And Adam Thielen, he'll be old reliable unless the old part kicks in, and then he gets hurt, and that's what I worry about. So Derek Carr goes 9-11, Bryce Young 9-12, Rashee Rice at the 13th pick. Now it's my turn, and I will take the last running back that I believe could be living, breathing, usable piece this year. Actually, you know what? Yep. Roshan Johnson. Because I think there becomes a point where that's the Khalil Herbert, Roshan Johnson job. And Deontay Foreman's just outside looking in. Jared Goff goes the 15th pick of the 9th round. And then Jacoby Myers, the 16th pick of the 9th. And I would like that way better if I believed in anything throwing him the ball. But I don't, because Jimmy Garoppolo is not great and continuously hurt. And who's backing him up? Which one was it? Which New England flunky was it that's backing up Jimmy Garoppolo? Jarrett Stidham.
No.
Stidham's
in Denver. Brian Hoyer.
Brian Hoyer. That's the one. But to me, all good value there at the end of the 9th round, getting Jacoby Myers.
Look, I think Jacoby Myers is a solid receiver. I'm catching up on what happened while
you were gone.
Got a message about the belt.
Ah.
Yeah. We're getting closer.
Tyler Boyd, first pick in the 10th round.
He's always a solid player.
Mm-hmm. And always a good thing to have should there be an
Tyler
injury
Boyd
in front
is
of him.
Always the guy that you can just go, it's fine. It's fine. Let's do it and it'll be fine.
But you're taking him as the fifth option mostly.
Correct.
Right. If he's anything higher than your fifth option, then you may have some problems at the wide receiver position.
Justin Parton said, I really hope we're playing this out this season. We are indeed.
All right, Josh Downs.
That's a good pick.
A lot of buzz about Josh and camp so far.
I mean, they got to throw it to somebody, especially if you're going to be down as much as I think you are.
Oh, yeah. I've seen a lot of people trying to pump up Alec Pierce, too. And
he'll be fine.
I just can't.
I mean, I'm not going to jump up and down about it.
Yeah, I was going to say I just don't see him as a...
He's an outside receiver that doesn't separate particularly well with a quarterback that's not particularly accurate. So it's hard for me to get...
Right. That's the problem.
I mean, and I know how fast he is. He still doesn't separate well.
No, but he is pretty good at winning one-on-one contested catches. But there again, you have to have a quarterback that can drop it in that bucket. And Anthony could drop it in a bucket if the bucket were, the size of the zip code.
Jason Trump posting the link for Battle for the Belt. And since I got the notification for the belt, that payment's coming due pretty soon. So anybody that feels like, yeah, and Tank again, 10.
It's my turn. I got it.
Anybody that feels the urge to jump in, we'll get your name on the screen. Some much love.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do it in the next few days, your name will be on the show shirt with the old goot on it.
Yep.
Well, speaking of that, while we're waiting on Patrick Holt, he made Darnell Mooney. Now, while we're waiting on Michael Meadows, if you know any companies that would like to be a sponsor of this here tournament, I got to have their logos for the shirt as well. So feel free to send me a private message. If you know anybody that's like, hey, I like doing charitable things, advertising with us is always 100% tax write-off. This is 100% and maybe more because it can actually be considered a charitable donation as well. We don't take any money for this, just to be perfectly clear.
No, it all goes into the overhead of buying the belts and any ancillary costs that may need to run the contest, but everything else goes straight to Eblen Charities St. Nicholas Project. I'm a sucker for Christmas.
I am too.
And I am an absolute sucker for kids. And it is one of the most heartwarming things you will ever see in your life is to see these kids be able to go into the Ingles toy store, the Eblen toy store that they put up at the it's not the Innsbruck Mall.
Westgate.
Which one? Thank you, the Westbrook Mall. And just be able to see them light up because maybe their Christmases have not been good over the last few years because mom and dad have been struggling. Eblen has just stepped in to fill that role, and every year they are able to help thousands of kids around the area. Last year it was 3,000, and we want to do all we can to make sure that more kids get to experience that kind of joy on Christmas morning. Darnell Mooney went at the 5th pick in the 10th round, and then we go Jawan Johnson, tight end from the New Orleans Saints. Clyde Edwards-Helaire may have some value at some point if there's an injury or two in front of him. Going to, I see Dak people, 7th pick in the 10th round. 8th, Rondale Moore. Are you still on the Rondale Moore train, Jeremy? He was like your new Rashad Bateman.
I like the talent. I'm not 100% sure how that's. I don't know how that's going to. I like him with Colt McCoy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what Arizona's going to look like because I don't know if Kyler Murray comes back. I mean, either way, I like him either way.
Yeah.
And taking him here, very solid.
Hell, I don't know. The last update I heard was that Kyler still swears to God he wants to be out there for week 1, which I don't think is going to happen.
Yeah, he's he's doing recreational drugs if he thinks he's going to be out there week 1.
But he feels like he's ready to go. So some people were saying, well, he won't be ready to come back until late October or November. I don't think that's in the cards anymore.
Yeah, I mean, he's not starting the season, but it's just a question of when and if.
Yeah. Because if he takes too long.
Well, he's my Deshaun Watson this year. Will I take Kyler Murray in drafts? Yes. In that spot where most people take kickers. Nope. I'll take a flyer on Kyler Murray. Mm-hmm. And I'll put him on IR, and I'll wait to see if he comes back. And if he does, sweet little lottery ticket. If he doesn't, well, I probably would have cut whoever that was anyway at some point.
Right. After Rondale Moore goes DJ Shark. So the Carolina Panthers fan now, he's got 2/3 of the starters for the Carolina Panthers.
Yes. based off how Bryce Young looked, it's not bad.
Taking Adam Thielen in the 8th round and then following that up with DJ Shark in the 10th. Tyler Higbee at 10-10. Then Kareem Hunt, Jalen Hyatt, Hayden Hurst, Dawson Knox, Irv Smith, and Russell Wilson rounds out the 10th round. So have your favorites changed after 5 more rounds?
I can't really – I can't see all the way up right now, so because it will mess up the screen. So that's a little hard for me to answer.
Okay. I didn't know if you had it pulled up on another screen over there. Curtis Samuel starts out the 11th. Matthew Stafford goes to Evan Doyle. And then Flostradamus, that's a damn it. That's a damn it. It's a damn it. It's a damn it. Rashid Shaheed, 3rd pick in the 11th. If Michael Thomas is not what we want him to be, where does that put Rashid Shaheed for you?
Overall?
Yeah.
Wide receiver 3. Olave's a 1. He's a 3. There's not really anybody else on that team that I have any interest in. Mm-hmm. I mean, I know people lose their shit about Juwan Johnson. They do every single year. It is what it is.
But it's all the touchdowns. What did he have, like 7 last year? Juwan Johnson? Didn't he have?
Yes. It's a feast or famine. Danny Finsfan said the tight end whisperer doesn't have one. I have one, Dawson Knox, who, by the way, people just seem to forget he exists.
Yeah, because they got Dalton Kincaid.
Who plays wide receiver. I'm going to keep saying this until I am blue in the face. Look behind them and figure out who lines up on that field. Dawson Knox's role did not change with Dalton Kincaid. The one he burned was his name's eluding me. Shakir.
Oh, Khalil Shakir.
Yes.
Michael Gallup goes the fourth pick of the 11th.
It's a nice pick by Gage.
Jaylen Warren. That's one that I eyed on my last turn as the handcuff to Najee just in case something happens. But I felt like that was too early. Did I err?
No. No, because I don't really feel like if something happened to Najee Harris, it would be a committee. I mean, I get why somebody would do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at their depth chart here. Jaylen Warren's the right call. I don't know that doesn't then turn into, hey, Anthony McFarland and the other one whose name is eluding me.
Zamir White, 6th pick in the 11th. Then,
Darius Hagens.
There you go. Kenny Pickett, Michael Mayer.
You know how I feel about Michael Mayer. So.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he's a hell of a talent, but you're on a dog shit team. And that
Well, you're on a bad team. You're a rookie tight end. That's one of those that I know you're going to occupy. I'll say the same thing about him that I said about somebody earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I will sit around and wait for you to cut him, and then I will pick him up. Because Michael Mayer to me is, I'm not going to say he's not rosterable. He totally is. And somebody will draft him.
Mm-hmm.
There's just a great chance that somebody's going to get hurt, or you go to pick up a handcuff, or you got to pick up a defense, and you'll go, I got to drop Michael Mayer.
Right.
And I'll go, cool. I'm going to have him. I'm going to have him.
Jake is on the clock here with the 9th pick in the 11th round. Stephen Tao says, Tank, is there a team that you hate more than the Raiders? They're a team I hate more than the Raiders. I mean, if you're talking about hate as in they have a dog shit team worse than the Raiders, then yeah, there's probably 2 of them.
Man, you just love
But you act
railing
like
on
it's
the Raiders.
personable. Y'all act like it's personal. It's not personal. This is a terrible franchise. Has been a terrible franchise since the 1980s. I get that they went to a Super Bowl in 2002, but that was all on Rich Gannon. Right?
Who was the MVP.
Right. Rich Gannon had to have the greatest season, and you had who was on that team? Jerry Rice was on that team, wasn't he? It was at the end of his career, but he still went over 1,000 yards receiving that year.
Stephen Tao said it sounded personal for 3 years. It does. I mean, I get accused of that all the time.
But they're just terrible. And it's always going to be something.
People accuse me of that all the time, that I have some personal vendetta. Look, I really don't. I have one team that I love, and I've loved my entire life, but I feel like I'm pretty rational about said team. And then everything else is just I calls them like I sees them. The same thing with the Jets.
Mm-hmm. You want to talk about hoping for a good outcome this year? I got Deshaun Watson and Kyler Murray as my 2 quarterbacks. Let's go.
That's
living on the edge.
Strategy.
That's living on the edge. I think Deshaun's going to be absolutely fine.
I do too.
And Kyler, I can put him in my IR spot.
Do we have one of those? Somebody asked that.
I'm sure we will.
If we don't, we will.
I was going to say, if we don't, you did it wrong.
Yeah, if we don't, we will.
You're the one that set this thing up.
I didn't see IR. I think that comes – I think you get one of those just naturally with Sleeper. I don't remember.
Yeah.
If we don't, I'll fix it.
Well, I mean, if this is if you open this up in a straight mock draft, you're going to have to like manually input all this stuff, or is there a button that you can?
No, this is a league. I couldn't find the mock draft button.
Oh, you just titled it mock draft.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. All right, after Kyler Murray comes. I'm blanking on his first name. Robinson. What's his? Allen Robinson. Thank you. Jordan Love, final pick of the 11th round. All right, where do you have Jordan Love in your top 25 quarterbacks? Because you raised that to me like, oh my God, you didn't have Jordan Love in the top 25.
No, I didn't say. Oh my! I was a little surprised.
Right, you did. Your face said that. You did the little raisy eyebrows thing. Again,
I have him at 21.
Okay.
He's somewhat mobile. It's not going to be a great team.
Mm-hmm.
And they have stacked it with weapons. So, and they easily could be behind a lot because I don't think they fixed the defense. And last year the defense was not good.
No, they were not good at all. Tajay Spears was the follow-up at the turn here at the first pick of the 12th round for Bob Brown. Deuce Vaughn, second pick in the 12th round. Mr. 5'5" running back out of Kansas State.
He's a weapon, though.
I don't see how that's I just don't see how it's going to work at the NFL level. I mean, when we saw the training camp footage for the first couple of days of camp that came out of him, it was cute to watch. But I mean, he looks like that guy who's just going to get killed. And again, I could be wrong, because I usually am.
We got 3 rounds left here. So,
yes, indeed. My latest pick, Wan'Dale Robinson.
You took one of my guys.
From the New York Giants. C.J. Stroud.
And after our little mock draft here, we got a couple announcements to make right there at the 5 o'clock. We held on to those just in case people had jobs. Overrated.
Yeah, no kidding. Kendre Miller, 5th pick in the 12th round, and then go ahead.
Josh Palmer, baby.
6th pick in the 12th round for him. Cordero Patterson at the 7th pick. Then we go Marvin Mims, who's going to be the latest college wide receiver that I really like, who's going to go to the Denver Broncos and be dog shit.
Yes. I tend to agree with that.
I mean, I like the talent on the kid, but I mean, I don't know. Is it too harsh to say that they punted these picks?
Denver?
With Jerry Jeudy and Cortland Sutton. You just haven't gotten what you expected out of either one of them.
I tend to agree.
And they're constantly hurt. Marvin Mims may be the exception to the rule. But I doubt it.
I didn't like his tape coming out, so.
What was it about him you didn't like?
You're playing a gimmicky-ass offense. You always did. You come into the league, you can't really run a route. You're not really the body frame is a little thin. It's just, to me, there's not much there. Mm-hmm. He strikes me as a college wide receiver.
All right, back-to-back running backs with Gus Edwards going to Kevin Vick, and then Chuba Hubbard coming off the board next to Danny Finn's fan.
I feel like this draft will be this league will be referenced in some things moving forward. Might be a little tease thing.
Okay. I look forward to finding out along with the rest of you.
This one you actually know.
Oh,
we just haven't picked a. We haven't. Half of it's in our fridge. So I surely to God you put one of them in there. You have to know that.
Oh, okay. I see where you're going.
That's half
with that.
of it.
I see where you're going.
And then the other half is that thing we were talking about picking a time for the other day.
Right. By the way, you bought those. Are you going to share? Is it time for one of those? Or?
That was what I was going to announce at the top of 5.
All right. Awesome. Yeah. Awesome. Let's see here. Stephen Tao says he likes his team even if we don't.
That's all that matters.
Well, let's look here. I'm glad you like your team, Stephen.
I don't know who's on your team, so I wasn't talking shit there.
Patrick Mahomes was his first pick, and then he went Jahmyr Gibbs, George Kittle. I'm with you. Kadarius Toney, Tyler Lockett. Okay. Then you go Michael Thomas, Devin Achane, Nico Collins, Rashee Rice, Romeo Doubs, and his second running back is Chase Brown.
Okay, I have to make some deals on running backs.
Again, like I said, I'm glad you like your team, Steven. I like a lot of your players. The structure of it, though, leaves a little to be desired to me. All right, let's see here. After Chuba Hubbard at 12-10, we went Ty Chandler, Jimmy Garoppolo, Brock Purdy, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, John Mechie, and the San Francisco 49ers defense to end out the 12th round. And then Rob Johnson comes back with his third quarterback, Will Levis, at 13-1. Israel Abanikanda coming off right ahead of Flostradamus, who goes with Luke Musgrave. Old tight end whisperer doing it again. Although he's a rookie.
Mm-hmm. That plays like a wide receiver. Uh-huh.
So he'll be the third guy playing in the slot?
He's going to be on the field a lot, and I don't love Jordan Love throwing to the outside. So, look, Musgrave's a total dart throw. I was seriously considering Mike Gesicki.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know what that's going to look like. I want to believe it because he's a Bill type of guy. I just don't know where you're going to line up. It was one thing when you had Gronkowski and Hernandez.
Mm-hmm.
Hernandez was not a great blocker, but he was serviceable.
Mm-hmm.
And so you could have them on the field together. Now you got Hunter Henry and Gesicki. Neither one could block me.
Right.
So I don't know how you put the two of them on the field together. And I know Bill's going to do it. I just don't know how. And that's why I can't get behind it.
Okay. Gesicki comes off the board next at the fourth pick by Gage Camplin.
SPF said, Jeremy, you took Musgrave, but you railed on Laporta. I didn't rail on Laporta. If you remember, I said I liked him. I just think it's going to take time because he's in line. He's an in-line blocker. That's a harder position to learn. I didn't rail on it. I get it completely. Mm-hmm. He's got a very high upside. If you remember, I was the one that said Laporta was going in the first round, and I missed it by that much.
That you did. But I feel like you've also poo-pooed him on the fact that he is a rookie, and Detroit throws a lot to tight ends. I just see a lot of opportunity for him to do good things. I'm not saying he's going to have a 1,000-yard season like Kyle Pitts did when he came out.
He is a draftable tight end, and SPF took him exactly where you should. I have no qualm with that.
Okay.
Colin said he's been trying to get the answer on Tyreek Hill or Garrett Wilson for PPR. It's Tyreek Hill for me. He's just safer.
Yeah.
I like Garrett Wilson a lot. You know what I'm the most impressed by right now?
What's that?
I've only had one defense taken. Let's go.
Formidable.
Let's go. And the one that took a defense has the picks in the turn. So if he didn't take one right there, he was going to have to wait the entire time.
He was going to get the last one.
Yeah. So it's impressive. It's good work, folks.
13th round, Will Levis, Israel Abanikanda, Luke Musgrave, then Mike Gesicki, then Taysom Hill at the 5th pick in the 13th round, Michael Carter, 6th, and then Donovan Peoples-Jones. Remember the name. I mean, he'll be a trivia question one day. It's not like he's going to be
good at football.
He is good at football. So you stop that.
Okay.
New York Jets defense going to Vic in a box.
I love seeing a fantasy football round owned by the New York Jets. We've had 10 picks in this round. Tyler Conklin, the Jets defense, Michael Carter, and Israel Abanikanda.
Yep.
That touches me in a place that if a woman touched me there, I'd go, oh yeah. That's nice.
That's nice.
That's nice.
Pierre Strong, 9th pick of the 13th round. Who the is that? I was just looking at the list here, and you've got a couple of quarterbacks left that you know, and then the first one that you don't know, Brogan Roback. That sounds like you made that up. Like you created a wrestler on WWE 2K24. Brandon Roebuck. Or Brogan Roebuck.
Brogan Roebuck. Sounds like the real name of a porn star. And that was when things went wrong for Brogan Roebuck. and now he contorts his penis into a pretzel on tape.
He contorts it, not contorts it.
Contorts it.
There you go. He's convorting.
He twists his penis into a pretzel and dunks it in hot mustard for people's enjoyment.
That's great.
Oh, I always love when I say screwed up things on these uncensored streams and people go, what the? Have you ever seen me do stand-up? I opened for over a year with the human asshole can stretch up to 12 inches and the average raccoon can fit in a space that's no more than 6 inches. Most of you go, what those two things have to do with each other? And I go, yeah, 2 raccoons.
2 raccoons.
That was my opener for a whole tour.
It still slays, too. It does. At least in my house. Because whenever something needs to be done, fuck yeah, 2 raccoons.
Yes.
Let's go. Dallas Cowboys. Let's see, New Orleans Saints. Wait, where did I leave off? I'm getting all I'm just saying shit. Just say things, and apparently it'll come. Philadelphia Eagles defense win at the 11th pick of the 13th round. Then we go KJ Osborne, the New Orleans Saints defense. I went with Justin Ross because I can't look away. I can't look away from all the highlights that they keep posting from Kansas City Chiefs.
It's been very good.
Dallas Cowboys defense, Trey McBride at tight end. That's a hell of a pick. That could end up being very, very good for you, Bob Brown. And then he followed that up with the Buffalo Bills defense at the start of the final round here in the 14th.
We're almost there. Then we'll take a short little break, and then we'll come back with a couple announcements, and we'll answer all your fantasy questions. Hopefully get a few more sign-ups. Jonathan Welch, hell, he's signing up again. He's signing up for the second time for the Battle for the Belt.
Nice.
We've got to find something special to do for him. He's juicing the tank. It was his exact words. It's the only time in this studio.
Sounds uncomfortable for me, and I'm not sure I like it.
No, the only time you get juiced is when you go to the fucking urologist. Make them laugh. Make them laugh. Sure. Pulp or no pulp, sure.
Darnell Washington was the second pick in the final round. Then I went with the Carolina Panthers defense. Isaiah Likely goes to the Baltimore Ravens fan, and then the Ravens defense to Patrick Holt. Michael Meadows, the defending champ of the Battle for the Belt, as you can see in his avatar picture there.
Hold on. Hold on. Wait just a second. I got to fix a player. Michael Meadows clicked the wrong button. And with Sleeper, it's so friggin' easy to do that I can totally forgive that.
Okay, so Michael Meadows goes with Noah Fant. Seahawks defense, the 7th pick. 8th pick of the 14th round, the Miami Dolphins defense. Nobody breaking the rule here yet.
What rule?
Don't take more than one defense.
Don't use the husband's condoms. That's
what? Van Jefferson, the Pittsburgh Steelers defense, and Robert Woods are your next 3 picks.
Anytime somebody uses that phrase to me, because Takeman can attest to this. I am one of those people that there are certain little phrases that people use that piss me off. What is the number one?
That's not fair.
Well, that's not fair. Pisses me off real bad. But that doesn't.
I got a question.
There it is. I despise when people go, I got a question. Then ask the fucking question. I didn't need an appositive to start this. This is not like you have to activate my brain. Just ask the damn question.
Well, see, that's not always true because you and I can be talking about, a subject that we're both locked into. We're paying attention to each other. And if I don't say, hey, here's a question, then there's a chance that you're not going to hear me because we both drown each other out.
Well, here's the thing. You asking me, I got a question, that doesn't make it any more likely that I'm ignoring every word that came out of your mouth.
No, but hopefully if you hear that, your brain will go, oh, this is something I need to respond to.
No, when you say, I got a question, I immediately refrain to, why do dogs have cold noses? Immediately.
Parton going with the New England Patriots defense. 12 gauge got the Washington Commanders. Tank Dell goes to Flo Stradamus. The Bengals defense goes to Evan Doyle. And then Mr. Irrelevant.
Leonard Fournette.
Old playoff Lenny.
All right, so during this break, I'm going to put the draft board on the screen. I'm glad I don't have anything fucked up in my internet search. I mean, I have a lot of things fucked up in my internet search history, but they're not on the top bar.
Aha.
I've always said, anybody that calls me a racist, you have never looked at my internet search history.
All right,
the United Nations is not that diverse.
Yeah, we're going to take a quick break here in the Sportsocracy. This is, of course, your fantasy football quarter marathon.
Yes, and we have made it. Looks like we made it to the final hour.
We are but just over an hour away from the end of the quarter marathon. And if you are just joining us on the stream, we are playing all year long DFS football, battle for the belt. You want to get in on this? Your chance to claim a title, like an actual title, like the title belt.
Like a legit, and it's made by, Michael Meadows is going to test this. It is made by a guy that actually makes title belts for
AEW, wasn't it?
Is it AEW or Impact?
Or Impact. Or
it's one of those. I don't remember which one it is.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's an absolute killer, authentic belt, real metal, real leather.
Oh, yeah.
It's all great. We got 2 of them this year because we got 2 separate contests in the battle for the belt, the usual standard contest, which Michael Meadows will be defending his title in this year. There's that one where we'll play each and every week, and then your scores total up. The winners from the week automatically advance into the finals, kind of like NASCAR does theirs. And then at the end of the season, if we don't have multiple winners or enough winners to fill the bracket, is that how that goes? We don't have enough.
No, top 25 scorers get in regardless.
Oh, okay.
This year we just didn't do a cutoff. This year we can have 100 people in the playoffs. That's fine. You just get an advantage if you've played over the course of the year because you get extra points for every win. Anytime you win one of the extra little buy-ins. There's more than one way to win this.
Right. So the standard contest and then the new Eliminator challenge that Jeremy has come up with here, where you'll only be able to use guys 3 times all year long, which will make things really challenging.
Oh, and you have to stay under the $50,000 salary cap, too.
Yes.
Because I am evil.
So 2 ways to get involved. $75 for both contests, $50 a piece. So obviously it makes more sense to play them both. And of course, the proceeds from your donation will be given to Eblen Charities St. Nicholas Project. It helps needy families provide Christmas gifts for their children each and every year. Over 3,000 kids, or nearly 3,000 kids, got Christmas gifts last year from the Eblen Charities St. Nicholas Project. We supported it last year. We will continue to support them each and every year. So the proceeds from your donations will be going to that. We also have still your chance to get in on the Beer City Ultimate Fantasy Draft Contest. Tickets are still available. We'll be drafting in 5 days for the winner of that. The grand prize is going to be a live fantasy draft hosted live by us. Red carpet treatment provided for you and the league. We'll stream the draft online. The Dude Takes podcast will be on hand to help with commentary and jokes and all of the frivolity. We will have the beers a-flowing at whatever venue is chosen. Yes. Beers? No beers?
No, of course beers.
Okay, thank you. There will be beers.
There's one place.
I'm not saying that's the only alcoholic beverage that will be allowed.
There's one place you don't have beers. That's at church. All right. Everywhere else, beers.
Beers. Okay. All right. Anyway, we'll be drawing again the winner for that contest coming up next week. And again, all proceeds going to Eblen Charities St. Nicholas Project. Hang with us. We'll take a quick break. When we come back,
got a couple of announcements, and one of them has to do with beers.
We'll be back in just a moment to wrap it up. Last hour of the quarter marathon next.